Hello! Welcome to Reaper Errant on Reaper Miniatures. My name is Frank. We're going to be playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, ostensibly. We've been, I know, I see the clapping. I feel like clapping because we've been gone for a month. It feels like a long time. Yeah.
Damn,
I like
holidays.
This is one of my favorite games to DM.
Christmas.
Should be your favorite game to DM, not one of.
I have one. No, I can't say that.
Just like the Crow's Nest is your favorite TV show on Reaper Twitch.
I love the Crow's Nest, and anybody watching should check out the Crow's Nest on Tuesday. That's 5 o'clock, right?
Yeah, they should.
Shameless plug. Yes, it is 5 o'clock Central, same time as we're starting here. No, an hour later.
No,
an hour later.
Somewhere. What?
What? Huh? What did you say?
I'm time zone challenged.
You know, it's virtual numbers, math. I learn with a number line, so everything's, a certain number of dashes away from 0. So.
Nice, concise explanation that was.
That made sense.
I mean, that's the way my math teacher worked.
Mm-hmm.
So we are back for the new year. I'm going to put everybody on a boat. We knew this was coming, so it's time. It's time. But before we get into all that, and before we do any recaps, and if you want any recaps before this stream goes live, you should probably be taking a look at Kay's journal, Reaper Errant, Kay's journal. Jen writes an awesome journal entry right before of the last game, right before every game. Actually, I'm not sure when she writes it, but that's when I read it. And it's awesome. So I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves and who they are playing, and then we will, I don't know, I guess we'll start playing, I think. We'll start, Bobby.
Lagged out. Did you call on me?
I did, but you're back.
Okay, sorry. Hello again, welcome and good evening. I'm Bobby Jackson. I play the mighty and indomitable Pugh, gnome bard, armed with my trusty war harp and positive mental attitude.
Awesome. Gene.
Hi, I'm Gene Van Horn. I'll be playing Gooseneck, the lizard folk barbarian, and hopefully there'll be lots to whackety whack with my axe on this ship. Can't wait.
Yeah, we'll see. I hope so too. Jason.
I'm Jason Weeby. I'm playing Corncob Thunderbuncheon, the nature cleric, and I'm excited to try out my magical otter pants. And hopefully soon we'll all be falling off the edge of the ship.
That's better than the edge of the world. Michael.
Hi, I'm Michael, and I'll be playing the totally awesome, totally abominable Abran Wood Elf Ranger with his trusty war bow, far more superior than that war sham, and less likely to get killed than that goofy gnome. And he has his glorious one bobble gone fireball, necklace of fireballs. Now that we're going to be on a boat in the middle of the ocean, it's
made out of wood.
It open.
Time to use it all.
Tar
and claws.
I was going to say, they do coat the boat with pitch occasionally to waterproof it.
Yeah.
So
roll for initiative.
Yeah.
Canvas, all that good stuff.
Rhonda.
My name is Rhonda Bender, and I play Fathom, the tiefling magic user, who can just make fireballs whenever she wants. I don't need a necklace. But who also hopes we will always train ourselves
Envy.
fighting when we're mapping and stuff.
Yeah.
True.
Less boat fighting, more land fighting.
More land fighting. Yeah. No, that's not a bad idea. Jen.
Hi, I'm Jen. I play Kay Nimblewit, a human rogue.
And I'm Frank. I play the DM. Justin is our technical director this evening. So thank you, Justin. We are...
he plays naps.
He plays more than naps. I mean, you can't
get well again.
Yeah. And I see Sid not in the chat, but in the room here, putting on her headphones. She's gearing up. So Sid was going to be our camera operator.
There is an important question in chat for you, Frank.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What happened to your beard?
Oh, what happened
to your beard?
So that's a great question. You know, I trim my hair
how
from very
perceptive we
long
are.
to about this short. This is as short as I ever want to get, like my hair, because when it gets shorter than this, hair gets annoying. But after this length, it's good. But so that leaves the only hair, facial hair, I get to play with in style is beard. So that's what I play with, and I felt like a short beard. So that's what happened to it. It's lying on the bathroom floor, or was weeks ago.
You making a carpet or what? I mean,
Yeah, you know, a little.
Wasn't
You
that
know,
much.
maybe if I could put
More
together
otter
the
pants.
proper hatch, the sort of stitch thing. God, what are those called? I don't know. I used to do them with my grandmother. They were like, you know, the knit with the little
Loom?
plastic grid, the
Loom?
latch and hook kind of.
old hook
Oh.
latch. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'd make pretty. Yeah, I should make a beard mosaic.
You need to keep
man,
track
that-
of that hair and dispose of it properly, or somebody's going to make a voodoo doll out of it.
Yep.
And who, Mike? No one would do that to me.
Ha.
I
Wow,
sure
Sid
wouldn't.
was laughing maniacally. Okay, never mind.
Apparently didn't notice the scissors at ReaperCon.
Right. Yeah, no. Well, okay. So, wow. Okay, well, a little update. Last time we played, it was a holiday episode, and then we did a huge mashup of Krampus and Christopher Kringle and Perkta. It was a mashup of Yule, semi Western Santa traditions. It was all kinds of things rolled together, and it was a lot of fun. And you should see that because it's still a VOD on Reaper's channel. If you've missed it. However, before that, I will tell you that everybody had gotten into the town of Vin, which is a port town, and they were looking to get on a ship named the Silver Swan, which was recommended to them way back a couple years ago, if you've been watching Reaper Errant for long enough, when they saved the sister of the captain of the Silver Swan from, I think, a giant catfish of some kind. I don't remember
Yeah.
exactly. But
Yes.
I think
Gets
It-
swallowed.
That was
It
good
was a
eating
giant
too.
cat.
Okay. And yeah, so we're finally at that moment. They met Tanya, who's a hand on the Silver Swan in the last episode, and she has offered to just, the longboats are coming in, and get them on it, take them out to the ship where they can talk to Maloris, who is the captain of the Silver Swan. She apparently runs a ship that at least Tanya thinks is great. And I guess we'll see how that ship actually is. But before I begin, I guess any questions, things we need to formalize or finalize from last episode, you definitely get all your gifts and perks. You have like stacked with all kinds of magic items. But any questions I need to answer or things you want to resolve before you get on a ship in town?
Well, we had a little bit of outstanding business. We needed to make sure that the church was going to go bless that boat that we sold.
That's right. That's right.
And then there
Did
was
we
the
ever
matter
return that
of
guy's
the
telescope?
spyglass.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thought we were just
we
gonna
needed to
buy it.
either return it or buy it.
Yeah, I think buy it. It
and
makes
I need
sense now that
to-
we're on a boat, right?
Yeah,
Land ho!
Can we,
I think we
can we kill
go
the
collect our
shopkeeper and
hard
just keep
currency
it?
from the bank.
No, we're not going to kill the shopkeeper. Doesn't he have an amulet he's making for Pugh as well?
A setting.
Oh, that's right.
That
Yeah.
is also
Yes.
true.
We need to pick up my necklace.
We were
Okay.
just ideating. We were just coming up. We are just brainstorming. No idea is a bad idea.
Oh, you're absolutely. So those are the things we definitely want to do and can. I'm looking for my notes on the shopkeeper. Sorry. I've probably conveniently put somewhere else, but I do remember well enough. The shopkeeper was another gnome. Blessing the ship, I mean, that's relatively easy. I don't want to necessarily hand wave it, but it's kind of a hand wave thing because you've done an awful lot for the church. They are more than happy to visibly to the world and sign off on it, of course, that they have blessed the ship for you. No extra charges, and that should set the buyer's mind at ease, which would set a considerable amount of coin or gems to you. And that is actually my question. I know you actually, I think that's what you were getting at. If you want to cash out at this town, because you kind of have some credit here, some coin here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had a bunch of cash that we took to the bank and have been running around with our ledger ever since then. Considering that we don't know where we're going to be going next, I think we might want to cash out.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we'll be coming back. I mean, I'm anxious to get to that island of giant lizards. I don't know about a Lagarto, but
yeah, hook up with some thick homegirls.
Some strange.
Yeah, should we get it in transportable gems and whatnot?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Well, probably we should finish our business with the jeweler first. Pay for Bobby's necklace, buy the spyglass if we're going to, and then hit the bank last.
Okay, that's reasonable. Okay, so the necklace, I think you had already handled funds on, to be honest. I might be wrong.
Yes, we paid up. I'm pretty sure we front. I paid up front.
Yeah, I remember there was a.
I have control of the stone, and the jeweler's gonna mount it when I show up after the mount is prepared.
And that won't be a problem. They should be ready by now to do that, and it should not be. It might take them 30 minutes with all that they want to do while you're waiting. At most, you could be bored for 30 minutes outside their shop.
I'll do some busking.
Okay. Make a performance check since you're busking. We'll start this show with some busking as the first die roll of the year.
17.
Okay. You get about 2 gold in coins. Not all from one person.
Wow.
But in different.
Why'd even go on the pirate ship?
I know.
Right.
That is a comfortable lifestyle.
2 gold every half an hour? I'd just stay here.
Well, it is peak hours, but it was good. It was a great performance. They won't all be like that. But with that, it was, there's a lot. There's some. The one person you saw contribute at least 3 silver. So they really.
Oh, someone's sweet on you, I think.
Yeah, it's possible.
Is it a cute gnome or a goat?
Now, to be fair,
maybe it's a pigeon.
Not a goat.
Yeah.
It was not
pigeon
another
that
gnome.
needs plucking.
Oh well. I will continue our performance and give a wink of gratitude.
Excellent. Now, when you go in and you talk to the gnome, he goes, "Oh, wonderful! You've returned."
It is wonderful.
He is looking very sort of closely at your hip. He's looking around for his precious spyglass. If you remember, it was not a cheap item.
No, but Kay has custody of it, if I recall.
I believe so.
The question is, do we need it with
Kay, are you
Kay's
speaking?
fancy glasses?
Dude, she can see into time and space.
I can see a lot of things, but I don't think the glasses do the distance thing so much.
I think we have enough money that we should just purchase it. That way she
I
can
think
see
so
into
too.
time and space at a distance.
I think so
Sounds good.
too.
They,
I don't suppose he has a magic shillelagh anywhere around in this
we will
little.
give you a discount because you have rented it and because it has been utilized before. How much of a discount depends on your next
Not a
persuasion
lot of blood
check.
on it now. I don't know if we want to pay full price.
Make a persuasion check.
All right. Let's see. 20. I get a +4 in persuasion.
Okay. Well, usually such a thing would sell for about 1,000 gold coins, but for you all, you've rented it. You've wonderful, wonderful business. I could not recommend. Thank you so much, Pugh. This was a lovely item to work on, and you requested such beautiful workmanship. And I'm proud. I hope you wear it, and of course share my name. I would offer this spyglass to you for 800 gold.
Ooh.
A 20% discount. That's
I
fair.
say yes.
Yes, we'll take that.
Let's do it.
That's a bargain.
Wonderful. And please look me up next time you're back in town.
We
Oh,
certainly
yes.
will.
So he's more than happy. It was nice to make a piece of jewelry. You didn't argue about the price of the jewelry, as I recalled. You just wanted it done timely. So he was very happy with that and thought he was compensated well.
Well, I'm not going to say this out loud, but I intend on wearing it on the inside of my shirt since it's got the dragon's stone attached to it. I'm not going to be displaying that.
Yeah, understandable. Understandable. Okay. So now to your when you get to the bank, who is the main talker here? Is this Kay? Is this Corncob? Is this, you're pointing down, that sounds like Kay.
Let's make
It
Abram
seems like
do it.
something to do with a contract, so I
Do
say
you want to
Kay.
lose all our money?
It
I'm a
might be.
persuader,
Yeah,
but
I
I
can do
don't
it,
know
no
the
problem.
contract stuff.
Okay.
I'm all about the entertainment. I say let's.
So when you come in, they sort of look up and go, oh, you see a little bit of a flurry of motion and excitement that you wouldn't necessarily expect. You've been into places before, and they don't really usually move like this when they see you. You see some people go around back, and by the
It takes
time,
a lot more money before you get that kind of reaction.
well, I mean, surprisingly, you might have a lot of money.
We've been pulling it in.
By
though.
the time you get up there, there is a kind of very self-important person walking out. They've got very formal dress on for being in a bank. They look neatly, tidily groomed mustache that peeks out not beyond the edge of their face, but definitely out beyond the growth pattern of their mustache. Looks at you and says, "Oh, yes. Nimblewit, Kay, I believe.
Yes.
You will be happy to know we've taken care of your account, the settling of the sale of the vessel. I hope these documentations are in order," and he turns them around and sort of slides them across to you. Now, you didn't receive the gold yet for that, right? The coins?
Mm-mm.
I don't think any of us are packing it
So
around.
No,
when
I don't believe we have.
when we made the deal with the woman with the orchard,
Mhm.
It was a kind of right this minute, here, take this big chest of coinage that we've got, which we immediately brought to the bank.
Yes.
But I don't remember if that covered everything or if what she gave us was just for the wagon and then the ship sale was going to be handled separately.
Well, when he turns the balance around to you, it's got quite a few entries in it, and the final total on it is 32,000 gold coin. Between the wagon and the ship and the what she's offering there in your balance, which now might make sense to why he's they brought out the the branch manager, if you will, to chat with you. So
that's a pretty good balance.
That's a massive balance. That's considering most people would make 10. I mean, maybe you're not
6,000 gold apiece.
Yeah. Most people might make 10 gold a year if they're lucky.
Why are we still adventuring? No.
Yeah.
It's a great question.
We are on level
No
A.
lie.
I mean,
Let's retire and
we're
just
pretty
let
awesome.
the gnome busk for just the incidental.
Maybe not in this town, though. Maybe we should find a better retirement location.
Oh yeah, no. This town is not where I want to live out my golden years. No.
Well, the only thing is that we know that the ships go into here, so it kind of depends on where we think we're going to be. But we know the ships go here.
It's also very lucrative. We made 36K here,
and we got a good reputation too.
You do have a good
Yeah, but they don't like
Those
fun.
are all fair points.
No,
I just meant if we're going to leave some on deposit, this wouldn't be the worst place in the world, I would think.
That's
Yeah,
good.
we're
I'll
off
leave
to a
some
good
on
town.
deposit.
Kay, make an insight check.
Would banks from other places accept notes from this bank?
No, we're not going to do that.
No.
No,
14.
if we have to bargain with the
14.
giant lizards, we don't want to hand them a banknote.
So, Kay, you get the impression that this person has come out to you. You notice just, they seem pretty well composed, but you do detect just a slight bit of maybe. Do you maybe notice their hand wringing just a little bit? They might just be, as they're talking to you, and a little nervous about something. And says, well, how can I help you with your account today?
Well, I will take a look through the paperwork and make sure everything is in order. And assuming it is, this looks great. Everything appears to be in order. Our group is planning on leaving town shortly, so I think we are looking to transfer our balance into things that we can carry with us.
Of course, we can do that. Of course. Now, it would be unwise to not say, or unfair. It's nice to have a little coin in a harbor here and there, and perhaps we could even make a little work for you with some investments in the future. If you left a small portion here, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 coin, we could add some more onto it by the next you return. Say, turn 2,000 coin into 2,300 coin by the next season, perhaps. Perhaps that much, or at least another 50 or 60 at a minimum.
I have a question. How much time did Tanya tell us usually elapsed between the Silver Swan docking in Vin?
So it is quite often an annual type of thing. For Vin
like once a year.
Yeah. It's the last place they would want to visit. So winter is starting to come on. In fact, the Silver Swan's a little behind schedule. They like to be out of the northern sea area before winter hits hard, go to more southern waters. You would know this with enough of chat that you've had with different sailors and with Tanya. They go to more southern waters and then go up to more northern waters during summer, we would rather explore areas and do cartography when there's not ice they have to break through or get stuck in or get worried about.
So if we were to take 30 grand in various stones and portable wealth, what kind of vigorous you guys charge for that conversion?
Oh, well, it looks like it was all directly here. It's in our banks. You're very fortunate. We many cities along the coast uphold our bank, and they might charge you a fee, but we of course won't. We will just give it to you as it is.
Straight across?
Yeah, absolutely. And
I'm not averse to leaving a little money here. I mean, I don't know. It's up to you guys.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a terrible idea.
oh,
I mean, if we can make it back, we should, we might always have enough to, at least set the gnome up to busk in a little better place.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly,
maybe with an umbrella.
We have a long, wonderful track record of good returns on investments, and certainly. So he looks down, and part of the co-seal on one of the documents is the church that you've been working for. And you can tell he's sort of lingering on that. And when he says, certainly we have never gone down. We never lost money. And this would be backed, of course. We guarantee.
And the more he talks,
it's
the less comfortable I am with this idea.
Somebody robs the bank.
Yeah, so, in simple terms, he's definitely implying that the church you're working with insures this money for you.
Yeah, that's worthwhile, I'm sure.
This is an FDIC bank.
Mm-hmm.
So how much do we have exactly?
So, $6,000, $6K a person.
So 36,000
gold. 32.
32. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's in here.
Okay.
I mean, you might have some other stuff on you, but that's what's in this actual bank. bank
In the bank, yeah.
So that would be like 5K each in an investment.
Yeah, let's leave 2 and take 5K. No, is that right? Yeah.
So you did mention something about other banks up and down the coast. Do you have relations with some of these other banks such that if we wanted to withdraw against our accounts here, we could do it in some of these other towns?
Yes, absolutely. There are quite a few towns that all withhold, and I think 0.5% for at the highest might be charged for the convenience from some of them. But along the coastline here, there are many towns. There are at least 5 more on this continent, and 2 on the southernmost, or the next most southern continent to us. So, and they all respect our settlings quite well, and we have normal relations with them.
Maybe we'll only take 3 or 4 each then.
I think we should do 5 each, leave 2, and move on.
Yeah, but if we take 5 each, it might just wind up as some kind of dinosaur poop.
It's all right.
The bottom of the ocean or something.
Treasure for your next character is at the bottom of the sea.
Yeah,
exactly.
There we go. Yeah. Go digging through the copper lights.
If we're dead, we're dead.
Yeah.
We're all merciful next game.
Yeah. So I don't have strong feelings about how much, but I do think it's worth leaving some behind just in case.
Well, the easy split would be to leave 2 behind and everybody
towns.
take 5.
Yeah.
2? Okay. I see at least a consensus for most people saying 2 behind. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, 2 is enough to set us up with a small house.
2 is enough to set you up with a pretty nice house. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good seed money if we have to come back and make our living as one-legged bartenders.
Is my math wrong? Isn't it? Don't we each have 6?
No, it's 32,
No.
right?
Yeah, it's 32. So 6
32,000.
times 5 is
32,000.
32. 30.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
if we leave 2, we have 30 divided by 6.
I thought we were leaving 2 apiece, so 12,000.
Oh, I
Wow.
don't think I need
No.
to. I don't think we need to leave 2 apiece.
Oh, if that comes up in the conversation, the banker is just looking really.
We're not doing that. We're not
okay.
doing that.
No, I'm not. No. Hebron.
He
Put
had
your
his hopes
fingers
up.
away.
He had his hopes up for a little bit. Okay, but he'll be happy with 2.
Put
He'll
your
be happy with
fingers
2.
away.
You don't know what they're doing and investing in, but he seems to be excited with 2. So he reaches. Well, he actually doesn't. For the most part, he says, "Excuse me, just a moment," and he goes away and he comes back with a nice little display case, more like a box with velvet-like substance at the bottom, and he sets it on top, and he pours out a lot of gemstones, and he, of course, maintains that he's certified for jeweling, and he sets aside a variety of gems and just asks how you want it. So I'm just, as a DM, I'm going to make this simple for you. You just tell me if you want large denominations or small, and some of you probably rely on diamonds for spell casting, and if you need any of those, this might be the opportunity to make sure some of that is set aside in here, because you do see some smaller diamonds in value that you could end up using. Those are
I'd
things
say
like,
a mix of small and medium. I'm not sure about large ones.
okay. Yeah, so he will split up the gems.
They're great until you lose it or you try to sell it somewhere where they don't have any money.
Well, that is a problem. If they're big ones, especially. And of course, any amount of coin that you want that's realistic for the bank themselves.
Yeah, we should have a few coins just to walking around money.
You don't have to tell me now. You can tell me at the end or whatever. I will assume you get a mixture of gemstones in a couple of
small to medium stones, and a good mix, a standard mix of copper, silver, gold. Okay. I don't think we need platinum or electrum or whatever else, vibranium.
I wish they had.
I'll never say no to vibranium.
No, probably not. But they do have platinum if you wanted it. Sorry.
I really, unless we know where we're going, it's wise to stay with low denominations.
Okay. So you get you get 2 very large sacks and 1 smaller one out of it. So 3 total. One is just full of coins. They counted it out and then put it in the same sack. So this is your gold, silver, copper, right? Put it out. And then one is low value gems, things like 25 gold, 50 gold piece, a pretty big bag of those.
Could we get a few extra pouches maybe?
Sure, of course.
We have a bag of holding.
We have 2 bags of holding.
We have like 3.
We have 3 bags of holding.
Yeah, we have.
I don't know that I have much in the way of pouches that aren't full of stuff. I could use another pouch for my spending.
So we only had 2 bag of holdings. What's the third?
I think it's 2.
2, yeah. So
I have 1. Who has the other?
You have a quiver.
You have a quiver of holding,
but that's
pretty much.
But it's not true. It's not really a bag of holding.
So you should have got some gold arrows.
I have a bag of holding. Do we have a second one?
We ended up with 2 bags of holding. We bought one, and I think we got another one somewhere else that I don't remember. I can look it up.
Okay,
you have 2.
But I'm pretty sure
never
we ended
put
up
all
with
your
2.
eggs in one basket of holding.
No.
And so don't put your bag of holding in your other bag of holding.
The gem bags they're giving here, don't do that.
I think we need to put ladders and stuff in our bag of holding.
Yeah.
Maybe little ones that expand.
our elf in a
these
bag
are
of
not
holding.
good belt packs that they're handing out with
Krampus,
these. These
we
are
need
definitely like linen cloth.
Oh, like deposit bags, like
Yeah, these are like
old-fashioned coin
deposit
bags?
bags, right? These are not something you want to wear. This will be,
All
you would
right.
be a quick target for a cut purse if you
Let's
put
put
one of
them all
these
in the
on your
bag of
side.
holding.
But they will give you a reasonable
Split it up.
amount, as many as you want. They'll give you.
Then we have
10.
to protect Pugh. You realize this?
Oh.
There's an
Elf
ulterior
rolls.
Carry
motive
the
here.
other one.
Don't give it to the lizard. He keeps getting eaten.
Yeah, as much
Well,
as I
that's-
support, as much as I
Whatever.
trust the lizard, he does get
Give it-
eaten a lot. Yeah. And
Give
the
it
elf
to
is
somebody.
He's
lucky
never-
shady.
Put it
He's
in the
never
bag
been
of holding and let's get
swallowed.
on the ship.
He's
Yeah.
never,
Michael.
I don't want to make this a continued bank shopping
Oh,
effort.
do what you want. I'm happy.
I just had one request. I should have asked prior to us coming on. We've never got a chance to shop for armor, and I was just wondering. I just have standard leather armor, and since we're flush with cash, is there an armorer in town? If there's not, I'm fine. We can get on the boat and go. I was
you
just
could
wanting
really
to
use
see
a
if I
better
could,
shillelagh.
You are
I
flush
could
with
upgrade
cash.
my leather armor.
You are.
I just wanted to bump up my armor class if I could, if there's any way to do that.
Well, since most of you would just like to mostly get on the ship, and I will shorten this. I will truncate this exchange a little bit. If you're willing to spend the coin, then there is absolutely someone that can make you some improved armor, especially since it's just leather armor. You can find a set.
Like if it was some elven design or something. I don't know.
I don't know
Something
if you're
to show off all his abs.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, you can find something that shows off your abs. Absolutely. Why would I not allow that? But you can find a piece of leather armor. No problem. However, it's going to be, it looks like they will sell it to you for 1,600 gold coins.
Jeez.
And what is
What is the armor
armor
class on
for
that?
it?
It is only one more than normal leather armor.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
We'll find something at some point.
Now, I would like to say, as you've kind of progressed through your adventure, you are realizing that weapons are easier to get a hold of, magically speaking, than armor. Armor seems to be more difficult, just as a general point. And so the expense is almost always a little higher. That seems maybe a little higher than it should be, but not necessarily out of the ballpark of what it should be.
Okay. If it's just 1 point,
It is just one.
I'm gonna hold off.
Someday
What is your
you
armor
might
class?
16. It's not bad, but it's just
That's not bad.
I would like.
My big fancy ring puts me at 17. So
I just wanted. Right now, you're the only tank, and sometimes I feel like Abran could wade in a little bit more, and take the load off of you. And that was my only objective.
I'm a decent tank, but I could use a weapon that hits a little harder.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay. No,
the
nothing
ship.
here. Okay. To the ship.
Okay. Let's get on the ship.
All right.
I'm on a boat now.
Before we go on the ship, was I able to buy a couple of good belt pouches I can wear under my
Yes,
shirt?
like actual
or
ones
money
you
belt
could wear.
or something?
Yes. Ones that are made for sailors that actually have a some waterproofing involved in them.
Yeah. Maybe a little bobber, so if I die under the
something that
ocean.
matches his otter pants.
Oh, you could
Yeah.
absolutely. There are some that have a couple of. It looks like trinkets normally. They're just sort of hanging off of it, but they're like little barrels, tiny barrels. But in in conjunction with all of them, they will actually help a belt pouch float.
I don't think I need that. I just
As
want
much as
something
you
that's
want
concealable.
water.
Yeah, I'm just going to bind
Concealable
mine
and
to my
waterproof,
body.
although it's not going to ruin metal or stone. So
I'm going to put here I don't know if I can get all of you in there. All of you in reality will fit in their longship. However, in reality, in gameplay will fit in their longship. However, in the physical world, where miniatures take up a full inch on their base, I'm gonna have to pile you in this in this longship at the dock as you get in. And Tanya's as promised there waiting. She's got it looks like her and another hand.
Tanya's the mate. Is that right? She's just a hand.
She's just a hand as near as your conversation went.
Okay. Wasn't sure.
She is, if you know, over the bits of mead and other mulled wine and stuff that you all shared that evening, you found out that she feels like she's one of their best spotters. So you know she's in the crow's nest.
Ha!
All right, let's get on the long ship and head out.
Let's pile in.
Everybody,
Okay.
you have an accord?
I think so. All right. Oh, it looks like Gordon is over here.
Gordon's back.
let me move him
What's
aside.
up, Gordon?
hey,
Gordy!
I knew I smelled
So-
fish sticks.
Do we get some fish sticks to go?
No.
We're gonna make our own in a little bit.
All right, so you
I'm
all,
pretty sure we're gonna get mighty tired of fish.
Possibly. One of the things you see on this longship as you head out, though, is it looks like this is one of the last, if not the last, longship coming in. So the things that are on here, you see fresh fruits, vegetables, the stuff that spoils. They were waiting to the last ship that was going out to go grab it. And there is a lot in the back. I haven't got the crates in there just because you don't all physically fit. But there's quite a few back there. So it looks like, I don't know, at least they're thinking about, as they're leaving town, all the meals out are going to be, I don't know, it looks like it's going to be pretty good. You even see some, you see some apples, berries of different kinds, some winter berries. You see some preserves as well, which they didn't necessarily need to bring on this trip, but they went to the same place for them. And fresh cuts, unsalted, of different meats as well. So fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, and some of the meats that will spoil quickly are all coming out with you on this ship.
Well, ask Tanya. Does the cook make good food on board? Looks like it from the ingredients.
Oh, cook is wonderful. You know, some people don't take too well with a goblin cook, but he does a great job.
Wait a minute.
Goblin cook, huh?
Yeah,
Where did he learn to cook? I'm so curious.
Cook. He's we don't actually know him by anything else. It's like his main passion, to be honest. In fact, he's kind of a terrible hand, but he does cook wonderfully. And none of us has ever he's found out anything that's been bad right off the bat.
How long has he been on board?
As long as I've been on board and before, I think.
Oh.
Is he
I can't wait
orange
to
or is
try
he
his cuisine.
green?
Yeah, a rainbow. Is he a rainbow goblin?
No, he's you know, he's got a green. He's greenish. I would say he's greenish. Yeah.
So he's a newfangled goblin, not a old
Well,
school
maybe he
goblin.
turns orange when he gets seasick.
Maybe he's got some. He never. he likes to go on some herb expeditions, but never. I don't know. He usually disappears quickly if anything gets dangerous. But well, that's okay.
And he's a goblin, not a gnome, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
No, of course not.
All right. Can't wait to try his food.
And so the ship, the little longboat, heads out, and so they're rowing.
Where did you get that figure of the guy rolling the barrel?
That is a good figure.
That is a great figure.
That I love that figure. I use it often on the docks. It is a
M4?
MBD? No.
MBD? Miniature Building Authority?
MBA, yeah. Miniature
MBA?
Building Authority. Yep.
Wow, that is a great figure.
Did you do that one, Bobby?
I did not do that one.
Huh.
I wonder who did it.
I do love
cool.
him.
Yeah. It's an exciting figure.
We got it. We got it at a ReaperCon, so I never got to order it and see who the actual sculptor was. It's not labeled when you go somewhere and you grab it in the bin.
It would be fun if Rhonda could just reach over there and smack you.
It's a dynamic figure.
Yeah, I wish she could just reach through that little red barrier and pop you in the side of the head.
Yeah,
why would it be wrong? Oh, because Rhonda's close on the screen. I get it.
She's right there. She could reach out there and just pop him one.
Right.
All right.
Just like that whole henchman set. It's fantastic.
You head out. Sorry, I stopped you before I got there. I was all excited. I was all excited trying to remember the name. And out to the main ship you go.
Well, that's it. Say goodbye to the safe port.
I'm sorry, I heard a couple of things. What was the...
I'm just waving goodbye to the only safety we've ever known in this whole campaign.
I'm excited we're finally getting on the boat.
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't that safe. Do you not remember the demons that kept showing up?
Well, that's true. But we are going on a boat, so...
But you are the safest one. Besides the lizard man.
No, I'm safer in the water. I'm not that safe on a boat.
I can breathe underwater.
Right.
Now,
we only have apples. We don't have any oranges. We automatically all get scurvy.
This ship, by the way, is moored, or not moored. It's dropped anchor much farther out than this dock would represent. I just, don't have that kind of space on here. So you do end up, they're rowing you out for a good, 15 minutes or so before you get out to where the ship is anchored.
Do they seem like they know what they're doing?
Yep.
I mean, okay, good.
Yeah,
that's helpful.
They're not rolling it or turning sideways against the waves or doing anything stupid. And they're not even chatting much, to be honest. They're sort of intent on getting out there. And you can sense a little bit of excitement from them. They're looking forward to setting sail again. They're already tired.
Has the captain shared with them where the first destination is?
No. So that was something that captain was working out with the navigator when they came ashore, and they weren't quite sure yet where they were going to head to.
Okay. We'll have to ask her. Get on board.
Now, you all know that you have sort of an instant in with this captain because you saved her sister. So, and that word has been conveyed. But also, she is always looking for, some strong hired help for dangerous situations. She doesn't necessarily expect you to do, swab in the deck or...
No, we're not doing scut work.
Right.
As an aside, aren't we also...
They fly a lot, or they go on
we're
to something
people of
else?
means.
Okay, hold on. Rhonda, what was that?
The protector people, she seems to go through them a lot. Is that because they die a lot or because they eventually just want to go do something else?
From what you've heard, it's mostly the long, dull parts in between that they don't like as much. Yeah, and she doesn't necessarily pay. Right? She doesn't pay for that. It's she doesn't pay for long, dull periods of nothing in between for protectors, right? She just feeds them and houses them, and that's their pay.
Does she pay for gnomes that can cast control weather?
She might. You'll have to talk to her on that, because she does absolutely reimburse, when you're using your weapons and skills on shore. She does give some coins for that.
Okay.
Gene,
Well, once a day, I have the capacity once a day to cast control weather that lasts for up to 8 hours. So I'm pretty much guaranteed pleasant sailing for, a third of every 24-hour period. I think I'm worth paying.
That's
I
pretty
have wind
good.
in a bottle too.
You have a fan.
Yep.
That's
Wind
true.
whenever you want.
So she's worth paying as well.
Aren't we also, just kind of as an aside, aren't we also seeking some bad spy dude or something?
Yes.
I seem to recall we're on a mission to ferret out.
Yeah,
somebody.
someone on the crew is not the best person in the
They-
world. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
And this was
involved in
for
that
the
group.
Yeah.
this was for the genie or the djinn or whatever.
No, this was for.
I'm just trying to remember what it
No.
was.
There was a mage that somebody at the church introduced us to, who was following the activities of that. Can't remember the
I know.
name
I'm
of the
blanking. That
organization
group
right
that
now.
we hate.
The Fall.
The Fall.
Yeah,
The
the
Fall,
Fall.
yes, those guys.
Those suspicious.
And they think that someone on board is a member, and they're out looking for something.
Yeah.
Let's get on the boat.
So we have a book.
They want something.
We're
We want them
supposed
to not.
to.
Aren't we also seeking out somebody for this for the djinn that we saved when we went into that wizard's tower where he got all ripped apart?
Hmm.
Yeah, what
Maybe
did
I'm
she
remembering it wrong.
I don't
Wasn't
think
it
so.
more of the Fall people?
I
She just
think
wanted to
we-
help on the Fall people. Wasn't it?
We
So if
have
we got
a
into
stone for communicating with her
Yep.
in a very rough manner.
Yeah, we got the genie stone. We got the dragon telephone.
Dragonstone, right?
Yeah.
Dragon cell
Okay,
phone.
it doesn't matter. Let's get on the boat. Sorry.
No, it's okay. You want to get this stuff straightened out. Okay, so let's.
Yeah,
get
we had a
you
little
up.
bit of time to talk about it.
Yeah, you had at least 15, 20 minutes while you're walking through on the ship on this little boat alone. They want to make sure you all get up there okay, so I'm just going to put you up. I don't know if it's going to be Abran, Corncob, Kay. I don't know who's going to go up first, but I'm going to put.
Standard
I'll go up second.
order. We can.
Okay.
Number 2.
And then okay, well, one person gets on the ship, the one hand that you don't know, and then Tanya takes the longboat back and sort of attaches it via rope. Apparently, they tow 2 longboats on the back of this. With
That's going to come in handy.
So they go ashore a lot, I guess.
they do go ashore a lot.
Maybe we
All
should
right.
designate one of those longboats as elf storage.
So when you get on, the
I
captain.
can throw a gnome pretty far.
Oh, come on.
You see the captain having a conversation with a gnome.
I kind of like the gnome. In fact, I'd say he's instrumental to our party.
I would say
Mm.
so. Oh, that took me half a second.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was pretty lame. I'm sorry.
Is there a goat on board to keep the gnome company?
Nope. Not living.
Yeah.
Not living. You can make one out of fresh meat, I guess.
Oh my gosh.
You can reanimate one.
No goats. There are,
Yeah.
however,
Yucky.
there are some
Like
chickens.
kebab animation spell.
That is
Well.
yucky. I will just be kept company by my music.
I
The
don't.
lizard man
Yeah, I
might
don't
be
know.
interested in the chickens.
I don't know how Gooseneck's going to take it, but there are some live
Chicken.
chickens on board.
But if you eat the chickens, then we don't get eggs.
Do they use them for meat or for eggs?
For eggs. They're not wandering free.
Okay,
They're down
so
below.
don't eat the chickens.
Yeah.
They're not
I'll
free-range
try.
chickens.
You better be
No,
making me some fish sticks.
You're not going to eat the chickens because every bit of money the gnome's going to make for being windy, you're going to eat up in chickens.
I mean, they at some point. Well,
We're gonna get to kill some stuff and
we'll
eat
see.
it.
We'll see how it goes. So we get onto the ship here. The captain and the gnome you see back near the wheel.
That's a nice ship. Well painted.
It is. It's a beautiful ship.
It's a big ship.
It is a big ship. You know, this is a Reaper miniature.
Oh my God! Is it really?
Miniature? Yeah.
It's not even a miniature, though.
Can you believe
No,
that?
it's not.
Hardly
Look
miniature.
at that! Wow.
Bigature.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, so there is the ship. Near the back of it, there is the captain and a gnome, and they are having a conversation, possibly heated a little bit. Not angrily heated, but going back and forth. Oh, and showing us the room a little bit.
Ah,
That's
fantastic.
great.
Nice.
Yeah.
On those
They're-
two
Very
boats they
good.
tie behind the ship,
Yes.
is there provisions on those boats? Just out of curiosity.
There's a small. You'll notice that as they've kind of unloaded and took things up the stair, the stairs, the ladder as you were climbing up. The one that you were getting off of, they did leave a small sealed box
Okay.
on it,
All right. Thanks.
which you assume are very, very like iron ration, minimal provisions
Yeah.
for a group.
Just good to know these things.
Yep, each of the ships have that. Each of the boats, rather. Okay. So, in this conversation, Tanya's like, okay, so you can tell Mal's up there, and so you knew when she talked with you outside when you were having your evening with mulled wine and stuff. She called the navigator Barty, and so you can hear her stumble over it when she says, and Barty Morgott is up there, and I'll introduce you. They look busy at the moment. But how about you were mentioning it, so let's talk to Cook a little bit, if you don't mind, and we'll come over and introduce you to Cook. And she looks at some of the other, I don't know, she's just sort of looking around. Everybody's fairly occupied on the ship. You see,
About how many crew are there on this ship?
it's not a lot. There are 10 that you can see actively moving about.
And we assume that Barty is the navigator, the gnome.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, she stumbled over the name and called Barty a different name
Well, she
first?
started to say Barty, and then she changed it to Morgott, which you assume Barty's a nickname. Do you instantly get the idea that, oh, okay, I see. It's like calling somebody a name.
Same person.
Yeah, it's the same person.
That they wouldn't want to hear us call them Barty to their face.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Pick up on that.
Okay.
Yeah. We small people are sensitive.
Right.
So, yeah, she takes you around and she says, Cook, come here. We have some more people. And she pulls Cook over to chat with you. And Cook comes over. Is he? In here, he's hiding right behind the pole. I'm sorry. He's right in front of you, Corncob. But no, of course not. There's a big old freaking pole in the way. There we go. He's a little guy.
That's Cook.
Those are magnetic poles, aren't they?
Yeah, I could remove it.
Oh,
Wait.
magic.
Should I like wait, the use of Reaper miniature ship. Oh my gosh,
There you go. Look at that.
Look at that.
You can
See, then
see
you
it.
have to imagine it's there anyway.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
Huh.
know?
How does he
dare
reach
you.
the
Oh, boy.
cooktop?
Wait, what was that
He's
about
so tiny.
Oh, he is
The little goblin. How
He
does
has
he
a
reach the
stool.
cooktop?
Come on.
Yeah, he totally has a
that's
little
cool.
step.
And a step stool.
Yeah.
Well, that's not
Or
going to
maybe
be
it's a
fun in
low
bad weather.
cooktop.
So
Maybe
he
it's just
goes
a
up
camp
and
stove.
he says, we have our new set of sword wielders aboard. So, if you mind, do you have any allergies or things I should know about? Foods you prefer that I should stock up on? Things you don't want? I really like to know.
Chicken.
He's very talkative for this goblin we've been told doesn't say very much.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't do very much other than cook.
Oh, it doesn't do very much. Okay.
Yeah. Chicken. We can do chicken. You know, if they sort of have a lax amount in their egg laying, then you'll get a fresh chicken. Everybody
I just
has
enjoy
their way.
something other than fish now and then.
Oh, other than fish, we can do that. We go ashore often, and sometimes, I'll do the cleaning if you bring it back quickly. I do prefer if you clean it on shore, if it's going to be messy though. But I'll happily cook up what you bring back.
The fish, or can we get terrestrial animals as
Oh,
well?
whatever game you might find on wherever we pull up to. Of course, we make regular stops. I love exotic things if you find them.
Yes, I have a taste for giraffe very often. Every once in a while, I think, man,
What?
some giraffe would be good right about now.
Never made that. I'm looking
Oh,
forward to
Well, we'll have to have a look.
I wonder if we'll visit a place like that. Well,
it seems wrong.
and
From
well,
our
Right.
nature cleric
Seems-
particular, does that seem wrong? I think that makes it seem extra wrong.
it's extra.
Yeah, it does. That's where. Yeah.
So
Why?
that seems to disturb you.
They've got to eat.
Abran,
They understand how nature works.
I know we've just
You
met.
have to thin the
Abran.
herd. You have to eat what you're meant to eat.
Are you a vegetarian?
I am not
Me?
a vegetarian. I will be happy with anything you're willing to prepare. Thank you
He's
for
a
asking.
But he loves
Hunter.
mushrooms.
But yes, mushrooms,
Oh,
but maybe not in the edible way.
we have.
So it's not really your purview.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. A tea?
And the gnome likes goats, but again, he doesn't really like to eat the goats.
What?
But that's probably outside of what you need to know too.
But no allergies or anything. Good.
No food
Excellent.
allergies.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Wonderful. That's good. Good.
How
to
did
know.
you? I'm just curious. How did you become a cook? Goblins are not known usually for their cuisine, are they?
Well, I'm afraid we are known for our cuisine mostly, but not in positive ways. However, well, it's kind of a long story, but I assured a group of adventurers that came in that I could cook them the best meal they ever had, and they spared me. And from then, I actually have always loved food a little bit, to be honest, but I made them a meal, and they enjoyed it, and the story just goes from there.
Okay.
Huh.
I can't wait to try
Just-
your cooking. I'm sure it'll
Just-
be wonderful.
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, who among the crew has the strangest eating habits, would you say?
Oh, that's a great question. Raimi, I think. Raimi and his brother. You can see him up there at the bow. Now, many people like their meat rare, but they really are very insistent. It's almost unhealthy, but
Huh.
that's a
Like rare
strange
meat.
request.
When I look over there, are they humans?
They're humans. They're two humans. They look like twins. You can see them at the front of the ship. They look more, they're pretty strong, pretty well built fellows.
it Ramy and Romy by any chance?
That is exactly their names.
Uh-huh. So
Good
I
guess.
get it. Raised by wolves. Okay. I
How,
understand.
how,
I see the lay of the land here.
How long-
That's good.
how long until we cast off?
Oh, well, we're making way. Everyone's making preparations. We're just waiting on the final signal. I don't know. I just know that I'm getting my food in place before we do, and getting it locked down. It's a terrible thing when you spill some salt in a bumpy sea. So I'll be going below deck. If you need anything, just let me know.
Well, it's
Well,
nice
I
meeting
Well,
assume-
thank you. It's a pleasure having met you, I suppose.
It is.
Yeah. Well, we'll just take that enthusiasm to the next meal, and we'll see from there. And he takes off and he goes down, and that might be one of the more unusual encounters you've had with a goblin,
I'll
Yeah,
say.
don't kill him, Elf.
probably.
Yeah, some of us have some
Aren't they
Aren't they
animosity.
natural enemies?
He is. He is a preferred enemy, but I'm
Really,
biting my
goblins
tongue
were
with him.
different.
Well,
Well,
orcs and goblin.
Well, you
race.
taste his bouillabaisse.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I know that.
Yeah.
That'll change your
Do,
mind.
does anyone in the crew seem particularly interested or suspicious of us? I mean, we were well enough known in town that they might know we have some association with the church and stuff.
Make an insight check as you sort of, or perception. Well, no, an insight as you kind of take how everybody's looking at you, taking you in. Most people are just getting to work. Some people don't even give you a second glance. Ramy and Romy have definitely sort of sized you all up a little bit, though.
19.
19.
Enjoy my one good roll of the night.
Yeah, so you would think that most of these people are used to a revolving group of hired hands in this particular area. You're definitely the paid talent, the paid muscle, if you will, for the ship, and they're used to it. But that said, you think that the navigator has looked down at you all curiously more than once amid their conversation with the captain. And Ramy and Romy have also slowed down their work a couple times as they've looked over at you. So at least 3 people. The captain, interestingly enough, saw you come aboard, just acknowledged Tanya, and then went back to the conversation and hasn't really given it
I'll
much
acknowledge Ramy and Romy's looking us up and down with just kind of a nod and a wave.
They don't seem overly dressed, so we can see that they don't have tattoos or anything, I would guess.
Yes, they don't have
Straight off.
tattoos. No one here seems.
Oh,
to
thank
be
goodness.
tattooed.
I meant the specific tattoo. I'm sure they're
Well,
sailors.
tattooed
I'm sure
twins, we
somebody
don't
has
want that.
tattoos here.
Yeah, no one just. Yes, no one has
But we
the
probably
one you're
can't-
looking for. Yeah.
We probably can't see that of the navigator guy.
No. Nope. Definitely not.
I assume everybody's hustling around, stowing stuff in preparation to cast off.
Yep.
Then I'm going to, I guess I'll go forward and stand there by the forecastle and perform for the crew in order to encourage them to work harder and more cheerfully.
Okay. I'm gonna put the mast back on, and I'm gonna take the cook
Oh.
off. I'm sure that will put you in everyone's good graces.
So he's singing Workers' Paradise songs.
So, do we have an agreement with the captain? Have we already?
No, you not really. There has been.
Should we go speak to her?
Yeah, probably.
About passage?
Yeah, there's some word of mouth that's been back and forth, and some.
Yeah.
we
Before the
vouch
ship
for what
takes off, and they're like, "Who are you? And why
Yeah.
are you on our ship?"
Yeah, well, she seems to have been expecting you as a group, but it's the first time you've seen her.
Let's go talk to the
Yeah,
captain real quick.
Yeah, are we going to be expected to pay for this,
If-
or are they paying us, or what? What's the deal? I know we don't have to
Is it
swab the
also
decks,
container?
but
Well, we
We have
should
to
go
go on all the
introduce
islands
ourselves if
first.
she's got a minute to speak with us.
All
Get
right.
eaten first.
Gooseneck, you'll come up. Just as you start to come up the stairs and head for her, the navigator and her seem to have cleared up their conversation. So Gooseneck, you're going. Who else is going up for this?
I'll go.
Abran.
Abran, Corncob, I got an Algo. Who else?
Elgo.
Don't send the gnome. We want to show like we actually have strength.
Oh, he's at
and
the other
power.
end of the ship.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
He's singing.
Good.
Fathom?
And
Yeah, I'm
dancing.
curious.
The sailor's life for me.
Curious as
I'd
well.
like to go.
Yeah, I hope it's a really rhythmic beat. Make a performance check, Pugil, as your rest of your company leaves you.
A 19.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, everybody's like, wow, this is going to be a good. They're even more excited than they were already to get at sea. You can see them moving. Everything seems to be perfectly timed. No one missed, tied a knot. Every time they move something and put a box on top of something, it's perfectly stacked. They don't have to zhush anything around. Everything just, it's all coming up roses with your song singing.
Is this when the spontaneous song and dance number breaks out?
Flash mob.
Not yet. We'll save that adventure. Okay, so yeah, you go to the back. The gnome kind of looks up, nods as you approach. The captain just sort of leans against the wheel a little bit and says, I've been expecting you all. It's wonderful. Excuse me just a moment, and turns and says, Morgott, if you could plot the course and get back to me within the quarter hour, I would appreciate it. And he nods and says, well, I'll talk to you all later. I've got work to do, it appears. And he sort of tucks a scroll up under, and it looks like some sort of navigational tool, and bustles through you all to go off
Doesn't appear to
somewhere
be
else.
any animosity there, is there?
No, there does not seem to be
Okay.
any animosity. He's happy with whatever she's assigned him. It seems.
Well, it's a gnome,
Why
so
not?
they might be being sarcastic. So I just wanted to check.
Oh no,
Mm.
no.
Yeah.
He was not being sarcastic, as near as you can tell. So she, after he moves down a little bit, she looks at you and says, "I'm Maloris. You can call me Mal. Welcome to the Silver Swan. Let's work out some of these details."
I get
Yes.
that reference.
I should give you inspiration. And I've heard wonderful things. First and foremost, I want to thank you for helping my sister out of what was surely going to be the end. I did receive word written from her, and I appreciate it. And for that, I will, no matter the outcome of our adventure together, I will always be grateful to you.
You're very welcome, Maloris. And that catfish was mighty tasty. Corncob did an amazing job cooking that thing up.
Good.
Should we
met Cook? I'm
Should
sure
we introduce ourselves? I'm Gooseneck, the barbarian, and these are my companions. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Corncob.
Corncob.
My name's
Oh.
Fathom. Use a little bit of magic.
Oh, always handy in a pinch.
Hello, Captain Mal. This is Abran, and I hope this voyage is as serene as possible.
I hope so as well. Thank you.
How many abs are you flashing?
Just a few.
Just the top quadrant.
I'm Kay, and our friend down there who's playing the harp is Pugh.
Oh, wonderful. We haven't had a musician on in quite a while. So it's a competent adventurer and musician. That's lovely to hear.
Musician. We'll give him
He is
that.
at least one of those things. Yes.
I'll say I'm not sure you got
Yes.
one on here now.
Yeah. Competent hider is probably more apt.
He can share
And
his weight of the load.
Yeah, we've
He
already
can. He just
clarified
stuffs it
there
in his
were no
bag of
boats
holding, and
aboard.
that's it.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I need to do some final checks, and I've already signed all the documentation I need to for the city. But if it wasn't clear, what I'm hoping for from all of you is you can join us, help us out when we get to shore. We make sudden stops, as you know, I'm sure at this point. It's a cartography mission that we're on. We will stop at the shores of places that are sometimes hostile. We do not want to provoke hostility and make things worse. We want to usually be envoys of peace so that we can come back, but we need stalwart defenders and guardians from time to time during those things. We're hoping that you can do that. We will give you accommodations, at least 3 rooms that are separated amongst you, which is rare. You will obviously have to share with somebody. They're only so large. And food. And then when we do shore any kind of exploration that would require you to get off the ship or get on missions, we will pay you each 10 gold per day that you're out there.
Wow.
And whatever appropriately gathered things you may get in encountering some of the creatures that we sometimes.
So we share in the plunder.
Yes.
And we get a wage. And all we got to do is be your muscle.
I'm curious who's sponsoring the cartography missions.
Well, it changes from time to time. Our this cartography mission in particular, we have 3 sponsors, so we have a couple of different areas we need to go before we'll get back in the season. One is Church of Rhonda here in Venn, which I'm sure you're familiar with from what I understand. And that is our primary initial search out. Apparently, they have a large sponsor that wants some islands researched. And as she says this, you realize that is probably that mage, and that is probably part of the setup that they're looking for some areas that are unexplored. And then she said, and then she kind of goes on a little bit. We have, let's see, the northernmost Baron Fergusus. Do I have that right in my notes? Well, whatever. He's paying a large sum, not this time of year, but as we get into the next season to explore some territory to the north. And before we will get to that, we have on the southern continent of Dryland, have one of the northernmost towns that is also asking some questions about a tower that was spotted out at sea and has given us some very crude navigational charts. So
a tower?
A tower, oddly enough. They almost
sea
described
tower?
it as a lighthouse in the middle of the sea,
Lord.
which is quite curious. But that will be the second thing. We will do our work for Venn first, and then will be our Dryland work as we head down to the south. So we have 3 sponsors for this.
Who actually does the recording of the cartography and the observations?
That would be Morgoth. He's very good with maps.
So the navigator is also the data person.
Yes, absolutely. Morgoth is a treasure.
So he's been with you for some time?
Quite a few years now. And averse to risk, I would say, but level-headed.
That's not at all like our gnome.
Well, well, your gnome
Now,
plays
a few of us have skills that
might help us on the
sorry,
journey.
A few of us have, skills that might be useful on board ship, like our bard down there, and some of the others. I'm a fair lookout. Would you also be interested in, additional assistance to the extent that we can provide it?
Of course, especially if it accelerates our planned course in any way, or and there are many.
So
ways
we're free
that
to
happens.
act as kind of a fixer.
Yes.
Cool.
Because we're exploring unknown areas, sometimes we could use an extra shift or so in the crow's nest. It's hard to find people willing to be in there all the time. So that would be valuable. What else? What other skills do you have that you believe would be valuable?
Well, some of us have skills with wind and weather.
So I can call up wind when you need it and direct
Some
it
of
very
us are
precisely.
decent at healing and that sort of thing.
Those are extremely valuable.
As you can imagine, we're a fairly successful, well-rounded party. We work like a well-oiled machine.
I hope we can bring that machine into our well-oiled machine, and we fit together like a good cog. We need to get that gear though in order, of course, and learn to work with each other first.
Well, bust out the oil and the salad tongs. Let's get going.
Yeah.
The gnome likes to get all oiled up.
Yeah, I was going to say.
We're going to let her figure out on her own. It's a Rube Goldbergian machine.
As well, I'm going to do some final checks. You're already familiar with Tanya, so I'll let her show you to your quarters. And we'll be underway within the hour, I think.
Sounds great.
Thank you. It was nice meeting you, Maloris, and please call on us if we can help anyway.
Absolutely. Thank you. Enjoy your time. And she kind of gets off as though this might be a pleasure cruise. Clearly, though, when you're on it, it doesn't seem like that. The crew is definitely working, and it seems like they are kind of well-oiled, working together, and it's a little bit leaner than you might typically see on this. That make an intelligence check. I'm not sure who amongst you want to, but if you want, those who've had conversations with Tanya and are interested in any extra detail here.
Is it a perception check? Or?
Nope, just straight intelligence.
Oh, straight intelligence.
You add your modifier.
Yeah, the intelligence modifier.
Add your modifier. Add. That's so funny.
Is that your modifier? Is that what you're
you can add negative numbers, Corncob.
Yeah, I got a 15.
I got an 18.
Well,
also an 18.
Oh, 18. Okay. So actually 15 and above.
6.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Kay was very distracted by something.
We'll catch her up.
Kay was not paying attention.
15s and above. Tanya did talk about pretty good pay for the ship. So, and everybody being fairly happy, you feel like that might be indicative of the size. And they don't seem overworked, but they definitely seem not underworked. There's no one kind of kicking.
Well, the backers must be willing to pay too.
Yeah. Well, no, that's and you figure that's where the funds come from. They get an amount.
So we assume that they've been successful in prior missions and they have a decent reputation.
Yep.
So they run with a fairly small crew, but treat them very well.
Yeah. You see 10 like I said, about 10 on deck right now. There may be more below deck. Total complement might only be 20 people on this ship. Not. The ship could hold more, certainly. It could also technically be crewed by less, in your experience, but that would make it far more difficult.
Well, so is it Tanya's is going to show us to our quarters?
She is.
Is that right?
She is.
So we should go stow our gear and
that is where we're going to take our first break, so we can get up and stretch, and it's a nice breaking point. You guys have got on the ship, and you're going to see wherever your quarters are for the time being. Okay, so everybody out there, we're going to come back in 10 to 15 minutes, and the ship will find the quarters, and the ship will get out to sea. We'll see what happens on the first, the maiden.
Can't believe we're actually going to sea.
I know.
Oh.
See you all in 15 minutes or so.
He's gone
Welcome
mute.
back. We are back to Dungeons and Dragons 5e with Reaper Errant. Gene is ready with his "I love you" whole.
Jeez, it is almost Valentine's Day too.
Oh my gosh, it's come up around again. We've been playing a while.
I know that thing's lasted him a year so far.
We're gonna have to do a special mini, I think.
Go ahead.
Oh
Yeah.
wow. I mean,
Maybe that'll be Michael Proctor's
You never
first
know.
sculpture. Can't be that hard.
Oh no. I mean, he can if he wants to, but I've already got one in the works. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
I'm not
Okay.
saying.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
He's just saying that my
Ready.
first mini is going to suck ass, which it's that.
No.
I was thinking a donut
It's
probably would be pretty easy. I mean, you have
I
a
don't know.
snake, you have a donut, and you have a ball. It can't be that hard. It's your three basic forms.
Oh,
Well, it's a good start anyway.
There were
Okay.
some questions in chat about whether this ship in the story has any of the canon.
Yeah. So important to note, other than Abran's rifle, and there's some pistols hanging about, there really are no projectile weapons such as
No
cannons.
gunpowder?
Yeah, no gunpowder that's been properly applied, at least, right? So no gunpowder yet.
Well, that's good since we have everybody anxious to use fireballs.
Right. You wouldn't want a little bit extra of that along with the pitch on your ship. Couple kegs of gunpowder sweating down below deck.
yeah.
Yeah.
So no, there are.
Well, it also kind of throw into the whole. I mean, it's a cartography mission. We're loaded for bear.
Yeah, that's true. I will say though that it doesn't mean that I will not apply them during special one-shot things, as Michael got the rifle, because we have them. This is the ship that Ed painted in particular, and he painted all the cannons to match, so we have all the cannons available to us at our disposal.
Let's look for an island of cannons to finish the ship.
Look at all the detail he captured with that house brush paint.
It's pretty amazing since he painted it live during ReaperCon. It was like 2 or 3 hours on the stream for the whole thing. So.
Well, detail you can paint with a house brush is on Chris Lewis.
Right.
I mean, that's why it looks so good with the house brush paint job.
Yes.
Okay. So.
Yeah, you slather a coat of Minwax on that thing, it'd be perfect.
You totally screw it up.
Yeah, deepen the color, it'd be really neat.
Bobby, if you ever visit us, bring your Minwax.
I will.
You'll need a bucket full, or you got to fill up your hot tub or something.
You'll need the quart or something, yeah. But I'm for it. I'm here for it.
I got a big jug of it. No problem.
It's a ship. It's moist. It's glistening. It should be glistening in some way.
It should be.
I got figure flat.
Okay. The anchor is pulled. What you notice, so you go, I'm sorry, I kind of jumped ahead. Because your quarters aren't necessarily special in this particular case. Down one set of stairs. So not, interestingly enough, not the very bottom of the ship for you. Or maybe that's not interesting to you. But there is a sectioned off area where there are 6 rooms. Now, they're only offering you 3 of the rooms. So you're going to have to decide, I'm going to have to take notes on who is going to bunk with who in this ship. Because this is, unless you swap later, this is sort of your permanent cabin arrangement. They are hammocked beds. As you kind of open
pretty much
each
swap
one.
at any point, right? I mean,
yeah, of course you can,
Okay.
but it's for my notes and who's going to be at night in what
Oh,
room,
I see.
woken up, all
All
those
right.
sort of things, right? I'm going to kind of write down, and then I'm just going to.
is there only one passage up to the ship's main deck from where these are, or is there 2?
There are 2. There, you do have to go through the on the first lower on the deck down. I don't know what that first deck is called, the first under deck, whatever. There is a wooden wall that has been put up. It's there is a door through it there, though, and is there, you assume, to separate the eating area from the...
But it looks like we
area.
could get out if
Oh, yeah.
any one of these cabins. It looks like we could go right or left and get out, right?
Yep.
Okay.
No problem. No problem at all.
Then I don't care.
Okay. So
Doesn't
my
matter to
question...
me.
Short stick has Abran.
Excuse me?
Short stick gets Abran as a roommate.
I mean, you can roll for it, but you can also just choose. I will say that the way they are currently set up is they are bunks. You can take down the wood there, and there are bunks with choices, apparently. And as you kind of peek into the other rooms, you can see some choices have been made. There are poles that kind of go into the walls, and you either can use this nice, flat, well-constructed wood that sits atop a shorter segment, or some people have opted for a hammock. That seems to be the least popular thing.
So we
done
could have
here.
2 beds or 2 hammocks or 1 bed and 1 hammock.
Yeah, but either way, it is a bunk setup. One will be above the other.
Okay. Well, I'd like a bed, but
I call bottom bunk.
Okay.
I'll room
Somebody
with
else
the gnome
stuff you
because
in a
I
bag
want
of
top,
holding.
I want top bunk.
Okay,
I want
so
top bunk. I'm going to have a hammock.
Pugil and Abran, it seems like, will be...
He's the
Ooh.
smallest, so he takes up the less space as a roommate.
I just want a
well, I'll
flat
be up.
thing.
I'll be up on the 3rd shift praying. So
Okay.
what about Lizard Man? You want to bunk with me?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm easy.
And Corncob, you are which bunk do you want, the upper or the lower?
I'll take upper.
Okay.
I mean, unless the Lizard Man cares.
No.
I just don't want him rolling out of bed on top of me. That
Makes good sense.
Fair concern.
Okay. Well, I mean, that just kind of...
I don't know that I slept aboard a ship before.
That just kind of leaves Fathom and Kay. I hope you're okay. You okay?
Since I don't actually sleep, I'll let Kay have her pick of upper or lower.
Oh, I can take upper.
Okay.
And we can switch around if it doesn't work. I mean,
Absolutely.
I promise I won't stare creepily at you in the night. I'll just rest quietly on my flat board.
Now, also coming with these rooms, there is your bunk. There is an active sort of wardrobe, I guess you would say. It does have like a curtain, I guess, like a bit of canvas. It looks like some old sailcloth that can slide back over it, where people have put things that hang, apparently. And 2 chests, small personal chests, about slightly bigger than lockbox size, like 1 foot, or maybe 18 inches by 12 inches by 10 or 12 inches. Right? Little chests for everybody's personal storage areas. Other than that, they actually don't give you much. However, what you see as you peek by, it's pretty... Well, you see Raimi and Romy. You definitely see their room, and you see that there are weapons hung on their curtains, pulled open. They're kind of almost proudly displayed. So they're using the open wardrobe kind of area as places to hang their weapons.
Do they seem like just kind of in the glance regular weapons that you would have aboard a ship?
Yes, they do.
Or are they some specialty kind of thing?
No, they seem like regular.
Like no horse lances or anything like that?
No, saber, and then saber is one of them, which is really very common. And then one of them looks a little closer to a rapier.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess I'll load my stuff into part of the closet.
Okay. Yeah, so these you get all on one side, and then on the other is where some of the other crew has some of the rooms. You notice not everybody gets these closed off rooms. There are some kind of open sleeping areas back a little bit farther down this.
Are they lockable? Are the chests lockable? The closet or the doors on the
closet's
room
not
lockable?
lockable. The door on the room is not really lockable. The chest, however, is. You can lock the chest. And there's a key in it. You'd have to ask Kay how functional it is, but
I think for the most part, I'm going to be wearing most of my stuff unless I'm sleeping by it.
okay. That seems to be what most people are doing on here. This is not. There are not. I guess I have said all this to highlight that you don't have a huge bunch of storage options that are granted. Shared
Well,
space.
we won't buy too many souvenirs then.
Yeah. You can't. Yeah, be careful. Be careful with the duty-free stuff. Because
Yeah, we don't want any of them. Don't need any of them big foam dinosaurs or anything.
Duty.
Okay.
Pugh doesn't laugh at that.
No, of course not.
Ujo totally laughs at that.
And then on the other side, as you go through, is what you would consider the mess, if there was one, a mess hall. There's it is used. It is well worn, but it is cared for. It is spotless. It is very clean in the mess. The tables are all like you could sit down and you feel like it's a place you could put paper and it wouldn't be sticky or get like waterlogged or anything. It is clean, very clean.
And this goblin
area.
cleans it?
Yeah. When
I'm skeptical.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
I think it's a changeling.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have to follow their activities a little bit and find out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Cook is back there. The smell if you enter that area of the ship, it is. You smell meat cooking with some sort of seasoning. I think that Gooseneck would immediately recognize it as chicken, since that's. It seems like Cook might be going out of their way to make something for the crew this evening. You're not sure yet, though, but he's certainly they're certainly back there in the kitchen preparing all kinds of things. This is all scrubbed down up front here, and it looks as though the seating area could probably hold about 25 or 30 at a time. Most. There is not much room left for cargo in this thing. There is one slightly lower bilge sort of deck. There's food that you've put on here, but in other ships that you have seen, there's usually some kind of something more than provisions. But this is just provisions and people. It seems to be that's all that's on this ship. They're not transporting anything that you can tell out of the ordinary.
Well, that's good. We need plenty of room for our plunder.
I'd like to suggest to Kay that she use her goggles to check out, subtly if possible, anything or anyone seems hinky here. I don't think the goblin is the changeling, but it just somebody.
Well, the goblin is a goblin.
Yeah,
yes, but he seems like an odd goblin, right?
Yeah,
he's allied himself with a crew of human cartographers and gnomes.
Hey, what was that?
Yeah. I was just going to say we've got time. This voyage is expected to be
months,
weeks to months. So, I don't know if we need to.
Are we there yet?
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what Errant does when we've been at sea for like a day and a half.
I can't wait.
Fireballs.
Can't wait.
We're gonna eat all the chicken the first day.
Would
Errant
you
starts juggling his.
I would like Kay to take a look at the lock that secures my little foot locker and see if it's gauge its security.
Sure,
If she
I'll
would
take a
be
look.
so kind.
Okay. Make you make basically a lockpicking check. So roll and add your proficiency modifier, dexterity, and if you're proficient with lockpicking tools, add that as well. Sleight of hand, I guess, would be the typical thing.
Yeah, I don't see a lockpicking skill.
No, it's more like if you're proficient, it should be listed under proficiencies, and then you just make sure to add your +4 at your level to your roll, at least, plus your dexterity. Hey, look.
It's combat.
We haven't got into the little. It's fun because we haven't got into the little details for all of this. Dang.
Yeah.
Here we are. Okay. This is that. By the way, for everyone watching, you can use D&D Beyond if you're on a PC to see everyone's level and such. But everyone's at level 7.
Well, I can't
2/3
find
of the way to
any
level
of
8.
that on my sheet. So I'm just going to roll a sleight of hand and see what happens.
Okay. Good enough for now.
21.
21. Okay. So you go in, you kind of take you can't always just look from the outside. From the outside, it seems okay-ish, maybe. A cheap but sufficient lock. And then when you take a couple prods at it, you realize that it's not the cheapest lock. It's actually pretty good. Someone as skilled as yourself, this would not stop. But your average new person with a set of thieves' tools probably couldn't get into this.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a reasonable lock. It's not going to keep out anybody who's skilled or really determined to get in there, but it's going to keep most people from messing with your stuff.
So don't put our bag of holding in there.
I'll put Abrand's jewels in there, and
Yeah.
I am going. I'm going to go up. I'd like to go up and talk to the captain if she is not too busy.
Okay. Well, so the ship is kind of underway. It's under sail. It's not under like a full sail at the moment because they're just sort of, I don't know, enjoying it almost. You see like a look of relaxed calm on most people as they head out.
I wonder what our first
back out on the water.
What's our first port, or what the shore is?
Giant catfish.
Yeah.
This is a great, great question. I'm pulling the rest of your characters off the top deck because you're all on mid-deck. And Pugh, I've kind of walked you up to the captain, who has seemed to lock down the ship, just relaxing at the wheel, smiling, relaxed, fairly happy, it seems, be out, and fairly relaxed as well.
I will offer the captain my services if we find ourselves becalmed or with a headwind or other nautical conditions. I'll let her know that I have a minor influence with the weather that I may be of assistance if she needs it.
Oh, so I can call on you. Is this day or night?
Sure.
Uh-oh.
I'm not going anywhere.
Excellent to know. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Shipboard romances never last.
Hey, whatever. Does she have a goatish cast?
No. No, not
I
really.
knew that was coming.
No, she does not.
I'm just playing. Pugh doesn't even have a thing for goats. That's
No,
just
I
stupid.
know.
That's a horrible aspersion cast upon him by Abran.
Yeah, sometimes you live up to your insults, though.
Yeah. There's a lot of episodes that I could refer back to, but that's all right.
Whatever. I think you're covering something up myself.
So
I just want to let her know.
Okay. She seems happy knowing that. She seems pretty at ease, actually.
That's right. He wasn't there when we volunteered his services before.
He wasn't.
Yeah, I let her know about the wind fan as well, which has its
She
limitations.
goes, yeah, I know. They told me already.
I remember being purposely vague about that. So
we were.
Yeah, you didn't actually say who or anything. You just said some members have some abilities.
Well, if she gets in a pickle weather-wise, she can consider me a resource.
Okay. She seems to be amenable to that. And also, he stops a little bit and says, "What? Why are you on this ship, Pugh?
Why am I on the ship?
Yeah, what are you out here seeking? Is it treasure or fame, or are you biding some time, some extra coin? What motivates you out here?"
I'm out to see the world and to collect new songs.
New songs?
Yes, I am a musician of some renown.
Oh, wow. 3 summers ago, we came across an elven village that were full of song. You would have enjoyed that very much. Perhaps we'll find something akin to that this voyage.
Where was this? Can she give me the details of the location? Maybe we'll go back that direction.
She does give you the details. She says south of this continent, on the southern side. A little bit hard to access by land, actually. A lot of cliffs, waterfalls, beautiful land. The elves had wonderful instruments and canoes. It was a beautiful place. A lot of music there. It's not on our journey this time around, but something like it. You never know what awaits around the corner.
Well, just nudge me if you notice anything of a musical nature, because I'm here to lighten hearts and be a small sunbeam for the crew.
Oh my Lord.
There are some times when that will come in just as you desire, splitting the clouds of a long journey. So,
indeed,
I look forward to it.
And perhaps we can lose this elf somewhere in deep water.
Speaking of the elf, the elf would like to go up on deck. The best place to be when you're getting your sea legs is to be on deck, not be below.
Yeah, I don't want to stay in the cabin.
Okay.
Either.
You guys will all sort of filter up unless you tell me otherwise.
Yep.
It's freaking boring down there.
Then, since I'm finished with, then I'll wander forward
2 hours
to the
already.
forecastle, and recommence my entertaining of the crew.
Okay. Just sort of moving.
If he rolls
around.
a 1, do they throw him overboard?
I'm not gonna roll unless it's like important.
I'm gauging the mood of the crowd.
Special Reapercon artist guest a few years ago with his accordion.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you all come.
You cannot fix this.
Look out. The shoreline is slowly receding behind you. Some of the mountains that you had come from are nearly gone now. As you are heading out.
I'll find a nearby crew person. I don't think I need to bother the captain with this, but hey, what's our first stop?
Roll a D12.
Ooh.
A 7. That might have decided our fate right there. The whole first journey depended on that roll.
No, you happen to stop Rami. And Rami says, "Our first stop. Well, I don't know. I think it's about 3 days from now. Maybe a town. I think
a town. You think?
I don't think
so. It's not a wild shoreline where we're actually headed to a town. You think?
Well, yes. For the first part of this voyage, we'll be going to town, from town to town, a little bit
along the coast.
Yes.
There's things to kill in towns.
Along the coast. Mostly. I don't think there's anything new to map here. Are there no surprises, no money to be paid for this? We'll have to go farther south. So our first stop on business, maybe a month from now. Yeah, a month from now. And I don't know where. You could ask Barty.
All right, I'll go ask Barty. I mean, what's his name?
Morgott.
Morgott. I'll go find Morgott and ask him.
Okay. No problem. He's in a room, but for the purpose of this, I'm gonna pull him out. Just kind of put you there, chatting with him. He is a tiny little fellow who's usually carrying scrolls and maps much larger than his own person every time you've seen him. And has a belt where most people might keep daggers. He's got, it looks like, charcoal pencils and some sort of compass. There's just all kinds of stuff.
I can see you're a busy man.
Yes, yeah, but I'm always happy to meet someone new on the ship. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Was it?
I'm Corncob Thunderbludgeon.
Morgott Arbathius. It's
Morgott
wonderful to meet you.
Wonderful to meet you as well. I was curious as if you knew the shape of our mission.
Oh, of course I do. I have to be intimately familiar with the details. We've a wonderful journey ahead of us this time. Oh, I think, well, depending on if we get there early, I have to be patient and wait, but we might see an ice maelstrom. I'm excited beyond belief, really, but we'll have to...
An ice maelstrom?
Yes, in the north.
Isn't that another word for a storm? Is it an ice storm? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, no, I guess colloquially a whirlpool, if you will, with ice flows being sucked into it. Did some rumor of a great beast, but that's nonsense. but again, later. That's the northern baron who wanted to see that. But we have a wonderful, pleasant journey. For most of the first part, there was an island that a recent freighter ship that had put ashore for refreshments along their path, and it's not on any of our maps. So, of course, our first duty as representatives of the Church of Ven is to map the shores, and so that's not far at all, if I must say. I'm quite excited about it. To see pleasant grounds, they said the water was pure and the beasts fresh. It's very exciting, very exciting. Maybe not as much for you. There didn't seem to be much for a sword hand.
Sounds good to me. I'm just here for the fight, and then the plundering and the whoring, I guess.
Well, I
Shuffleboard.
Whatever excites you. We've all got our different things. So that might be I don't know, perhaps 3 weeks from now, at the most. We'll be there in new land. Yes, I think so. Should the winds?
But you think our first stop is 3 days from now?
Oh, well, I don't think so. Of course, the captain will say if we need to stop. I'm keeping us close enough to the shoreline that we can, should the need arise. But I don't see a reason to put ashore. It just slow down the mission. If it does, it'll be a month before we get there. But I've requested that we don't need to put ashore at all, and especially if it's a place of great resource, then many of our fresh foods even will barely be at their end at that time. I mean, maybe we'll be fine.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
No, you're welcome. It's wonderful to meet you, Mr. Thunderbludgeon.
Wonderful to meet you too, as well.
And he just sort of pushes his glasses back up on his eyes, and he had pulled back to an area of these stacked charts when he was pointing at all these areas he was planning on you going. And then he just sort of flips them over and is looking intently at other stuff as though you left already.
All right. Well, I'll watch him for a minute. Just kind of don't have anything else to do.
Yeah, he is obviously very excited about charting some of this stuff out. He's making some little notes on a separate book, keying it into the map occasionally in a couple different areas. Exciting if you're into that sort of thing. If you're not, it's like watching your children do homework.
That's fine. But I mean, really, he's the backbone of this whole thing.
Yeah.
Or he's the reason that we're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. He's what keeps it alive.
Don't we have a set of fancy navigators tools?
I think we sold
Didn't we
them.
find... Oh, we sold them?
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
You do have, the only thing you have is your most recently acquired sight scope, spyglass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is kind of a navigator's tool. Not as much, though. Okay, so yeah, you've been introduced. He seems to know you pretty well. So, I mean, as well as he's going to get to know you. He knows your name, has seen you, knows who you are, and is back to his maps. As you're looking around this room, you see a couple things that stand out to you, I think. Make a perception check. We'll see how much and how little.
14. Hang on a second. I think I have
22 for the elf.
Are you there, Abran?
Abran is everywhere.
He just appeared.
He might be over Corncob's shoulder.
Puff of smoke.
Okay, 18 actually, when I had my
Okay.
bonuses.
So if you're in there,
Aberrant just wanted to do something.
I do need to properly instill that this is a boat voyage. But don't worry, we won't roleplay all of nothing. So as you're kind of looking out, turning to look out, you see a couple of things that catch your eye at that roll. One, you see a very large, probably 3 feet by 3 feet, maybe a little more even, hard to say. It's just on a table. It is a box. It is watertight seal. It's something that you would put like a flat map in, maybe. It's large enough to, I don't know, maybe 3 inches thick and 3 feet by 3 feet. And you see a couple bookshelves with books lining them on, I don't know, sailor stories. So there's fantasy in here. It's not entirely charting and navigation and star charts and analysis. There is a pretty decent section of sort of monster encounters of the fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to ask
sort
if there's beast books.
Yeah, there are. So it's not as dry necessarily as you would take it at first glance, but you do notice not only that one big map, like watertight map case, but a bunch of little cases as well in different areas that are, you can just tell they have a seal on them that is watertight.
Oh, I don't think I need those at all.
What's this
No.
box made of? Wood?
Wood. Okay, so you've had.
So this is a library and where he does most of his work.
Yes. Yep. You would probably find him here. In fact, there's a little cot over in the corner. He's probably here most of the time, including sleeping hours.
Does he have a spyglass in here?
Not that you saw.
And instruments, or is he mostly just a cartographer without instruments?
You do see instruments in here, but you don't see a spyglass amongst them.
Okay.
You see.
Well, I don't have any skill in sailing, or so I wouldn't recognize most of it, but I would recognize a spyglass.
Right. Yeah, you see interesting looking tools that obviously do something, but none of them are what you'd be familiar with as a spyglass.
Huh.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'll leave you back to your work. I'll get back up on the deck.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Back to us, right?
Very much so. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It goes right back to it. Yeah, he just acknowledges and moves to whatever he's doing exciting next, putting down a ruler.
Okay. Well, I'll wander back up on the deck, and if anybody's around, I'll describe the quarters of the cartographer, and I'll say there looks to be some good reference books. There looks to be some books of creatures we may encounter, and a number of waterproof cases that he probably stores his maps in. It's sort of his nerve center, I think.
That will have been definitely information distributed to everybody fairly quickly, I think.
Yep.
As you kind of move it around. Okay, so I want to before we do anything else, does anybody want to explore any other areas of the ship before we?
Not really a different area of the ship. But I'd like to go talk to the navigator myself and see if he would mind if I looked over his shoulder, maybe tried to, learn a smidgen of his craft while we were on this trip?
Oh, I don't mind at all. Yeah, when you come in, he gets almost excited about it. Says, "Oh no, of course. You're welcome to look over my shoulder." And he starts pulling over some different maps, and you get regaled by your current course. And now he decided it, how far he's kept you from shore, far enough that you won't be easy targets or prey, but close enough that you can still see the proper landmarks, so you know where you are. We're not doing anything extreme right now. He's very excited about all the little aspects of how he's plotted this particular course. He's very happy with it. He is Google of the Google Maps right now. Very excited about the directions that he's laid out for your current course.
So when you do your navigation and the mapping, are you going off of known features of the land? Are you using stars? How are you going about this?
Well, for the initial course that I plotted, we have maps well charted of this coastline. So for plotting the course, I only have to give a direction, and the captain knows how to align with the stars quite well, and so she'll use that. And there are some landmarks, of course, here and there, some mountain peaks that stick out. One particular island that comes off the shore that we'll want to keep a special note of. So I only plot for the year, the season. It's underestimated how much we have to be meteorologists. That word's probably way too new, but aside from that, to know how to plot these properly for the weather in this time of year. So I've taken that into consideration, and then I'll give the map to the captain, and she'll just follow it with the proper tools. Now, when we get lost or in new area, I will definitely weigh in with the stars and try to plot a course back to familiar territory. We'll use any landmark we can available, but often the stars are enough, assuming that the skies are clear.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, this is just something I kind of want to continue to do with him as the voyage proceeds, both because I'm actually interested in what he's doing, and also because I'm pretty sure that the navigator was one of the potential suspects flagged by our mage friends. So a little bit of double duty here. I can keep an eye on him.
Yeah, the navigator was a potential suspect.
It'd be helpful to look through those books at some point too.
He doesn't have short sleeves on, does he?
No, but he handled maps and moved them around, and you didn't see anything that was bearing any marks or resemblance on arms, if that's what you were looking for.
You could probably cover that up with just a cantrip, though.
Yeah, you could also, if you were gonna, it is not lost on you that if you really wanted to be a spy in that organization, they might avoid even marking you in any way.
Probably don't get the tattoo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That would be sensible of them.
Yeah, that little Whiz Kids miniature does not look trustworthy.
So I have to ask: is that a Whiz Kids miniature? I don't know if it is. It is.
That looks like a Schubert.
What is he holding?
It is a Whiz Kids miniature. I think he's holding a magical spell that's in action right now.
Yeah, definitely shifty looking.
You'll notice that all the other minis are Reaper minis, so that must mean something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. Not to be trusted. Elf.
Let's
probably
run him
ought to
through,
know.
boys.
The plot thickens.
Oh my gosh.
I'd like to casually do a little investigating below decks, just kind of poke around and
Okay.
start looking for, I don't know, just exploring the settings and seeing
Chickens.
what's there.
Make
Chickens.
Chickens
make
that
an
won't be missed.
investigation. Make an investigation check.
15.
15. That's great. So yeah. So as you're below, it's it's not necessarily common, but not rare that you would keep livestock on a ship. But chickens seems like I guess a good choice. You see a good coop, and they're segmented in between. So it's like one coop that is a good 10 feet across, 5 feet high, and has, you're guessing, 30 chickens in there.
Wow. That's a lot of chickens.
Smorgasbord.
A lot of
Bonanza.
You from the things said, you realize some of these are gonna, that number will not be as large at the end of this journey as it is now. You're gonna be definitely rich with eggs at the beginning, and then not as many at the end. Just from the conversations you've had and talking to Cook and some of the other people. But so you do clearly see
Let's
that.
bet on who's the last chicken. Anybody want to do that?
You can name all 30
We're not
of them
naming
if
the
you
chickens.
We could just put numbers on
We'll
their
call
pens.
this one Timmy. No.
Yeah.
So yeah, you do notice that's the only livestock that seems to be on the.
There's no
considered livestock, but yeah, that's it for that.
Okay.
For food stores, you see a large area where there's a lot of food stores. As you kind of look through it, you can tell that the stuff that will go bad is up front, and then as you go into boxes back, you see stuff that's more and more salted, pickled, cultured, as you reach near the back of things. But towards the front, there's still fresh meats, fruits, vegetables, and then it goes into, more and more forms of preservation as you get to the very back of what's here. So
in the hold, it's all foodstuffs, and there's nothing else really in there.
Yeah, you see, the only other thing you see that might be notable is a small armory. There's probably enough weapons for everybody twice over. There isn't a lot of armor necessarily. There's a couple of extra suits of some leather, but mostly it's just weapons. So they don't expect.
What type of weapons?
You see short swords, long swords, cutlass, sabers, and a bevy of different kinds of ranged weapons: short bows, long bows, crossbows.
Is there any other crew down here, or am I everybody else is up on deck and working?
So there are some down below that you would expect right now should be sleeping, but are not asleep. They're just kind of lounging, talking to each other back and forth. You see a couple of different people that you haven't met, of course. Well, not just a couple. You see a good 6 or 7 people that you haven't met that are just chatting and talking to each other. That would be the other portion of the remainder of the crew below deck.
So this is like the night watch?
Yeah, you expect these people are going to relieve the others at some point.
Well, I'll introduce myself. Hello, fellow travelers. I'm Gooseneck.
Gooseneck. Ooh, that's interesting. Is there a reason for the moniker? Is that your given name?
There is, my friend. There is, but unfortunately, if I told you the story, I might have to end your life afterwards. So, just think of it as a friendly nickname, Gooseneck.
I'll try to
Always
do that.
willing to stick my neck out for you, and usually willing to get eaten in the process.
Usually willing to get eaten in the
Well, you've
process.
heard of a redneck. Well,
This is a
Yes.
gooseneck.
But you always bite back.
And I
Yes.
always bite back. Yes. I don't know how. I mean, I don't know how these. I guess they're used to strange
They are, but
people. So
they're
Yeah.
sailors. They're definitely sailing crew.
They're sailors. They probably know the real origin of the gooseneck name.
Yep.
They're quite.
So I was just gonna. I was looking around down below decks, and I noticed that there's a very large armory over there that has lots of bladed weapons, and I'm just curious. What do you guys have to defend the ship against boarders, or do you?
Oh, occasionally we do. Someone just sort of cracks up and leans forward. Last time even we did. We had some pirates try to board us, but
Really?
yeah, it didn't go very well for them. Captain, we put in some repairs, but if you ever get out to see the port side of the bow, you'll see a dent up there. Captain ran the back of the ship right through. Sunk 'em.
Wow. This was on the last voyage?
Yeah, about 3 months ago.
Huh. Where were you voyaging when that happened? Where were you at?
Oh, we were coming out of the northern seas a little bit. About, I would say 3 weeks from the ice flows.
Oh, the ice flows, huh? I heard we're headed back up to the north at some point here.
I imagine at the end, yeah, that seems to be about what we usually do. We'll get up there. It'll be cold and nasty, but we'll put into a port before then and grab
I
some
hate the
warmer
cold.
clothes. Oh, well, I'm with you there.
Slows me down.
Yeah, those cold-blooded creatures get drowsy.
But
Slows me way down.
pirates didn't get what they were looking for. They got
What were they
deserved.
looking for?
Well, they're looking for coin, probably. Ship like this is usually carrying. It's usually on a mission of some sort, and there's big coin involved. We usually don't carry a lot, from what I understand, just what we've been paid. But they could have taken our wages, and we wouldn't like that, anyways.
Yeah.
Not to mention, Barty gets a little upset at the thought of someone taking his navigational maps. Charts.
Sure. So this is a very hale and hearty crew. Then you guys are able to protect yourself from pirates, and do you also go onto the land when there needs to be exploring parties, or do you all stay on the ship?
Well, occasionally we do go to the land. Yes, we prefer if those better with weapons are. We're not afraid to say that we're not the best, but we can stick a knife in somebody as well as the next person.
Well, that's why I'm here, is to go on the land side. But I was just curious if you guys were ever going to accompany us, or if we were just to go alone. And
oh, you'll always have one or two of us with you. I'm pretty
okay.
sure. That's the way we use
Yep.
it.
Ask them if they wear red shirts when they go off.
Do I notice? Do any of them have red
It's
uniforms
our favorite color.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Find out why they call the navigator Barty.
Okay. Well, I've heard what's his name, more Morgoth, be referred to as Barty. What's the story behind that?
Two seasons ago, we caught up to his girlfriend. Called him Barty. It's not really his name, but just the way she said it, it lit him up like a Christmas tree. It was the damnedest thing I ever saw. So he really doesn't like it, but when we can get away with it, Captain frowns on it as well. Yeah, but if she's not listening, I recommend you do it.
So you caught him with his girlfriend?
No, we ran into a girl. Maybe it was an ex of sorts, but you can tell he was still sweet on her. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's always good to know. I'll tuck that in my back pocket for just such a good occasion.
I tell you, it was a dark day. It lit us all up. Well.
Oh man, they just have a great existence on this boat, don't they?
It's pretty simple, isn't it?
Okay. Well, I will leave you guys to it. I'm going to continue just poking around the ship, seeing, since this is a new adventure for me, I'd like to get acquainted with the rest of the ship. So I appreciate your conversation, and we'll be seeing you on deck at some point.
Yeah. Well, especially if you're a early. Well, if you turn in later than everyone else, yeah, you'll see us.
I'm usually on second watch, so that I will probably see you around.
Excellent. I'll see you out there, laughing at the sea.
Wow.
What was his? Well, I don't know. Did you say his name?
You didn't ask, and he didn't necessarily say. But but
what's your name? I didn't catch your name.
Oh, you can call me Martine.
Martine. Ah, okay. Martine. Well, it's nice to meet you, Martine.
It's nice to meet you. Take it safe out there. I hope you get your sea legs soon enough.
Yes. Me too. I won't tell him I can breathe underwater just yet.
I don't think he would know. Or you don't think he would know.
It's not the same as sea leg.
Make one last investigation check as you're walking around this area of the ship. We'll see.
Okay.
How you doing?
17.
Oh wow, it's even better. Okay, so you're just heading out of where you can tell the chef kind of keeps some of their a cook. I don't know if you want to call him a chef or not, but where a cook keeps a lot of.
We haven't tried it yet. Well, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Keeps a lot of their sort of quick access stuff, and you can see that where light would often be shining in, if the ship is pointed in the right direction, there are herbs like hanging in the window. There's different like tiers of plants, like sort of hanging off of small chains in different herb boxes. Bright, fresh green. You're seeing mint, thyme, rosemary, all kinds of just a bevy of different fresh vegetable ingredients.
Which is kind of odd.
Well, I mean, it's I don't know what you do or don't expect to see on this ship, but
we did just leave. We did just leave, so they should be fresh.
We should probably send the rogue down to look at them to make sure that none of them are toxic.
Yeah, or make you.
None of them are special goblin poison.
Yes.
Goblin poison. That might be a good idea. Okay. So I guess I'll kind of mosey back up to the top of the deck and just kind of, casually relay what I've found out, talking to Martine and looking around, and just to the rest of the party.
Okay. Anybody else have any particular things?
No.
Okay.
It'd be a long 3 weeks.
Okay. It's good. We're gonna role play every minute of it. Here we go.
Yeah. Damn, is there a Knucklebones game going on I can get in on? Lose a fortune, make a fortune.
Okay, so we don't want to name the chickens, but we could start bets on how long it takes before Abran has gone completely stir crazy.
Yep.
Before he starts throwing fireballs.
Someone's got to snake that fireball necklace off his neck.
That's good. So you could. So most of you, I think, for this watch, it sounds like are going to be above deck watching people's activities, unless you're telling me you're.
Unless I'm sleeping or praying, I'm going to be above deck. I may even pray on the deck.
Yeah, so, you know,
no desire to be underneath.
You all headed out about the ship headed out of the harbor about midday, roughly, by the time everything was underway, and about 4 hours into that. So you've been introduced to your.
It was only a 3-hour tour.
4-hour tour. 4-hour tour. About we're gonna use this guy, and I'm gonna pull Gooseneck because he's on the top of the ship now. Over here. About 4 hours into that, you see someone stumbling up the stairs. You all heard it because as he came up, he sort of crashed down. He just barely, let me change this a little bit. He just barely made it out the top of the stairs before he crashed and fell on the ground face first. It was pretty loud because he also managed to gurgle out something that sounded like help.
I'll run over with my medicine skill and try to stabilize him.
Okay.
Goblin did it.
Stay with us, buddy.
I want you all to roll initiative.
Don't leave us.
And you know what?
All
we've
of
been
us
missing.
All of us are just corncob.
I want everybody to roll initiative. Everybody. Let's see. We're gonna go. I don't. Corncob. What was your?
I have a 13. 13.
Pugh Joel.
9.
Gooseneck.
11.
Abran.
Give me a 12.
Fathom.
Also 12.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
7.
7.
We're all going to die.
Wow.
Before we even get started.
Wow.
4 hours into the tour.
Yeah,
We're just going to be chum.
Salt air has made us sluggish.
Oh, well.
You know, you were just.
Nice knowing you. I knew we shouldn't have got aboard a ship.
You know, it happens. Where's my pizza dungeon dice? Hold on. We got to make sure I pull the right dice for this. Because we're. All right. Corncob, at a 13, you were the fastest amongst your group of adventurers.
How pitiful is that?
So fast.
That is
That's pretty bad.
Here, it's not super clear who came up. So let me do it like this. Flops up the stairs, lands face first, gurgles out, "Help me." And stops moving. You're able to move over. You said you wanted to lend him aid in some way?
Yeah, I have a +7 in medicine. I'm going to try to stabilize him so he doesn't die.
Great.
And then I'll do a Cure Light Wounds on him, I suppose.
Roll a d20 for medicine check, and all you need with that +7, a 10 or above.
I got a 12.
Okay. Okay. He is stabilized. It looks like, so there is it looks like a claw attack. You're a seasoned adventurer. It looks like a claw has gutted this sailor, and
A goblin
you have
claw?
barely stabilized him.
Well,
It is much
that
larger.
seems exactly what a Cure Wounds is made for.
It's much larger than a goblin could manage.
An elf claw.
It doesn't really matter.
Could be an elf claw.
We assume these
Listen,
are all decent
elves have big claws.
people.
Yes. That's how they break their eggs open.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, you and your cloacas.
All right. Are you...
Well, so how much are you carrying for?
let's see.
Wow, those are some really hungry seagulls. Hold on, let me.
13.
13. Okay. All right.
Too bad they put
I
his
don't
eyes
hit-
out.
His breathing it gets normal. He stays sort of, his eyes flutter open a little bit, but he stays on the ground or on the deck and sort of rolls out of the way and says, "Downstairs, it's a horrible beast. I think it was Billy."
Billy.
Billy.
So Billy is one of the
Oh, God.
a crew member that you didn't meet that was downstairs.
Sounds like I think I remember a John Carpenter movie like this.
Yeah.
That is it for corn cobs. You moved over, stabilized, did a cure wounds, saved this crewman, and Fathom, it's your turn.
I would like to think about what phase of the moon is it?
Great question. That is a great question. It would be you believe. Well, make a nature check with advantage.
Mm. 15.
15. It is probably a waxing crescent.
Not a werewolf, I guess.
Probably.
I'm gonna look down the stairway. He's rolled off. I thought he rolled off the stairway a little.
Yeah, he rolled out of the way of the stairway, so you could look down it.
So yes, I'd like to look down it.
Okay, yeah. He rolls out of the
Get your
side.
fireball ready.
You move over to look
Not
down.
on a boat, I don't think.
We'll
Good
fill
move.
up that below decks area real fast.
Yeah, let's just burn it out.
There won't be no more chickens.
Corn cob is there, and
Chicken
as you-
Express.
as you look down, for the first time when you actually start getting over the opening and looking over, you hear the sound, a little bit of some light running, as though like a normal crew is running, but then you hear a heavy run behind one of them. And
Like
Wrong
heavy
guy.
stomping feet.
yep, like heavy stomping feet. And you hear this suppressed sort of cry out as you look down.
Does that sound like the normal person cry, or like something the heavy feet would make?
That sounds like a normal person has just been, I don't know, like they stubbed their toe, but their toe is their face.
Oh, that.
Well, I'm instantly familiar with that noise.
Ouch, I stubbed my
description.
face.
Oh, they stubbed their face. That's gotta hurt.
You said there's
Can
something
tell
down
whether-
here.
All right.
I have a
Go
question.
first. I'll
Can
go behind you.
Can she
I
tell
do what?
whether the heavy stomping feet are shod feet or are bare feet? Is there a clatter of boot heels?
Uh, I think Fathom would be able to just tell it was a thudding step-like pattern. And
So I'm. Wait, what was Gooseneck? You hadn't gone yet, right?
no, not Gooseneck. Only
I'm
Corn
going to
Cob
hold
and
my
then
action to follow Gooseneck down the
okay.
stairwell.
Hold for Gooseneck. Abran.
And in the meat shield.
Abran's running over, and I'm probably over there when I've heard all that other information. And our job is to protect the crew, so I'm gonna head down the stairs.
Whoa, okay, down the stairs. No, you have to make a double move to get down, but
but that'll keep me from being able to defend myself or attack.
you could defend, but it would keep you from being able to attack.
You can't attack, but you'll be down there quicker.
Can I?
Or you could stay
Can
up
I
top.
make it? Can I? Do I? But I have line of sight. Can I see anything down there?
No, if you just took a normal move, you wouldn't be able to see anything other than what the stairwell opened up to.
I'm gonna make a double move.
Okay.
Try to flush him up onto the deck if you can.
Down you go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go towards the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So I need to grab a little bit, one extra box of miniatures here that for some reason I forgot
A whole
to grab.
box. That's a good sign.
Well, it's a very small box, if that makes you feel better.
Now, if I cast Zephyr Strike on my way on my first move, that increases my speed by 30 feet.
Oh, okay.
Does that put me down there with a chance to attack?
It does, yeah.
To do that, please.
Okay. And put you down there with a chance to attack. All right, so let me build this. This is, I know you can't see it yet, but what I'm building here is the chicken coop. It doesn't look much like
Save the chickens!
Chicken coop.
Yeah, you gotta get down here and save the chickens.
In this case, but it is.
Save them first.
The coop.
Maybe this is a giant chicken.
It's a giant.
Maybe it's a were chicken.
Oh,
Could
no.
be a were chicken.
A were chicken.
Or maybe the
would be
crew is going to
awful.
slowly turn into chickens.
That wouldn't be good at all.
No.
We don't want a crew of
Well, we'd have plenty of eggs, though. We wouldn't have to worry about running out of eggs.
I know how to drive this thing.
Maybe that's what all those herbs are. They turn crewmates into chickens.
It's the goblin. I'm telling you, it's the goblin.
Oh,
We're gonna
would
have
you
to
lay
put
off
him
this
down.
goblin? We haven't even tried his delicious dinner yet.
That's because you're going to be turned into a chicken once you eat it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put the goblin down.
Kay has experience with this. You remember?
Abran.
The door.
You
Yes,
run
sir.
down there. As
Maybe
you
this
get to the
guy's
bottom
just
of
got
the
a bad
stairs,
case of indigestion.
just beyond the chicken coop, you see ahead of you, like towering. This is hunched green figure towering over a crewman.
Not this guy again.
This figure is I don't think frog-like is the proper answer or the proper description, but maybe I guess we'll say kind of almost frog-like in the upper body and the way they hold themselves, a little bit green and a lot of green in color, large claws,
Purple
and
pants?
a good
Yeah.
no,
That's what I'm thinking.
Green.
no pants to speak of, actually.
No pants.
Ooh.
Oh,
No
get in
pants.
here.
No.
Joe, no pants.
And
Just another day on the ship.
standing, even hunched down, standing 10 feet tall, probably over this thing. And
Whoa.
I think I have spider cam lined up properly to grab this shot. so that you can see. Yeah, well, there's you
Oh,
down the
Nice.
stairs. The cages represent the chicken coop.
In my action?
You, because
What
you,
the heck is that?
because you cast Zephyr Strike. Yeah.
Nice.
Something
So I'm
something
going to
Ben Signs did to us.
Is that
I'm
Ben
going to
or
attack
Andy?
him. No, that's a
Is that-
Kevin Williams sculpt.
Oh,
Yeah,
is it?
Kevin
I
Williams?
painted the studio one. That's a Kevin. Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin.
So
Luther.
first attack with my bow will be, hold on, get rid of that. A 24 to hit with
Absolutely.
15 points of damage.
That arrow
And
sinks
then
deeply into it.
And then my second attack, since I've already injured him, I'm going, if I hit, I'd like to do, so let's say 20 to hit. Does that hit with my second arrow?
It does. Yeah, it also sinks right into it.
So that would be 17 more points of damage. I'm using Colossal Strike on.
Okay.
Since I injured him on my first attack.
Yeah. So he sort of snarls. He doesn't necessarily have soft lips, but you can tell as he opens, there's this sort of flap that just sort of just shakes a little bit, and these little whiskery-like tendrils underneath the bottom of his chin that are not in this necessary sculpt that shake around a little bit as he's growling at you. You're not really sure.
Just come back upstairs. How about this?
Save the chickens.
Go get one of them little boats.
Gooseneck, someone's messing with your chickens. It's your turn.
I better get down there. Save the chickens.
Okay.
I'm gonna book it down. And I guess throw up my shield, say the magic words, and I don't know how far away am I? Can I?
This is
guess
a full single move, so you can't get there with that.
Okay. Then I'll just be ready to tangle with him on the next go round.
Okay. Ready. All right.
So can we do a little game mechanic for a second? How long is a minute? I have concentration on this spell for a minute. Is that more than one turn?
10 rounds?
10 rounds. 10 rounds.
Okay, cool. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, you're good.
But if you're concentrating, you can't throw another spell, right?
You can't throw another
concentration
concentration spell, but you can throw a different kind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pugh, Joel, it is your turn.
Wait, I guess I was supposed to follow Gooseneck because I held my action.
You
You held
did.
your
Yeah,
action.
yeah. You're right. You're right.
I changed my mind. I said I was going to do that, so I have to do that.
What are you going to do?
I was wondering if I could change my mind because that's what I held my action to do. That's what I have to do.
I mean, technically, maybe you have to do that, but why don't you tell me what you want to do?
I want to talk to the injured person and get more information.
Okay. So they're a little bit out of it. They're panicked a little bit as well. So you'll have to make a persuasion check to sort of calm them a little bit. Get good information.
I'm very confident. Well, look at my demon. 12.
Yeah, stare in my horns.
Look deep into my pupilless eyes.
What was that number?
12.
12. Okay. Were you any specific questions asking?
Who's Billy? Did he get hurt, or is he hurting other people?
Oh, I think it was Billy. Maybe it possessed him, but we were sitting across from each other and he turned into this horrible thing and attacked me.
Oh my. Well, that is very upsetting. You better stay up here or just stay quiet in the corner here, and we'll take care of it.
Thank you. I don't know if that's Billy anymore.
It won't be Billy
I will
for long.
I'll message
Won't matter
down
in
to
a minute.
Abram
You
that
messaged him.
was a mate
Okay.
that
Abrant,
transformed.
you are aware.
Abram messages back. It doesn't matter. We're gonna kill this thing.
I'm
At
coming
least you
for
can call him by his
Billy.
right name as you're doing it. Take that, Billy.
Yeah,
Die,
Billy.
Billy.
Die, Billy, you green scum.
Pugil.
Can I get down there?
You could get. No.
I mean,
I mean, if you double move, you can get down the stairs, but not also with an action.
Can I get to the top of the stairs and see either Abran or Gooseneck?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, if I can get to the top of the stairs and see Gooseneck, I will cast Protection from Evil.
Okay, you do see
him.
Gooseneck, and Protection from Evil it is.
Thanks,
Gooseneck.
Pugil.
Oh, you're
Thanks,
quite
Rumi.
welcome. Yeah, no problem. Hope you get eaten.
Okay. I like it. All right. So, yeah. All right. Gooseneck has Protection from Evil. Move, cast, and K. Your turn.
So before we talked about how there are two entrances to below decks
Mm-hmm.
and a hallway that runs between them.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to the other hatch down and go down that way, will I end up behind the monster or behind like Corncob and those guys?
Behind your party. Yeah, not behind the monster.
I'm still above decks.
So the monster is in the bow of the ship?
They're in the stern of the ship, yeah.
The stern of the ship, okay.
And there's only those two hatches down to below decks.
Yes, there's only two ways down that aren't the grates right in the center that are currently in place.
If we look down through the gates,
yes,
the grates,
uh-huh.
How much of this is visible?
So it's a great question. You can see, so as you're kind of looking down, you can see your party's movement a little bit, so your side of it, but you can't see, actually, I need to revamp my answer to you the first time. The closest way to you to go below deck, you would come out behind with your party behind them. But you could end up behind him if you went the long way around. However, where you are right now, before you even do that, you can look through the grates. You can see your party moving around, kind of like right there underneath you. And you can't quite see into what this is. You can see like a large sort of hulking mass down there. But you can't quite see, make out enough details. You mostly see glimpses of movement and just deeper shadows.
Okay. I'm going to get out my bow and shout down through the grates, lure him this way.
Okay. There's no problem. The rest of your party members should be able to hear that without any issue. Do you plan on trying to shoot through the grates? Just
Yep.
As a note, okay. Possible. It is possible, but it's going to be difficult to get through there. They're they're not as fine. You're not going to slip a whole foot through there, but you couldn't walk over these with a peg leg. And that's about it, right? But okay.
Yeah.
All right. In place,
you
you've
know,
shouted.
alternately, if the critter comes far enough towards the gates, I can stab him through it, maybe. So
Yes, that would be. Yep. And he's definitely up near the top as he's sort of moving around, but it's your party on that side. So, Abran, Gooseneck, you hear Kay above say, lure this way, and you can tell that she's behind you, sort of, with the grating above. It is later towards the evening, so you don't get a lot of direct sunlight in here. It's coming in from the side angle. It's hitting the ship from the side and not shining much light directly through here. Okay. And now, this thing just sort of looks at you after those attacks, gets a little bit angry looking on its face, snarls, and rather than, it's got these large claws on its hands, and it sort of pulls back like it's gonna slash you, but it's 15 feet away. And it swings its hand forward, and as it does, you see this ball of fire emerge from its hand, flinging towards you. One right at you, Gooseneck, and another with its left hand. Out of the palm of its left hand, two balls of fire, slightly separated from each other, coming for Gooseneck and Abran. All right, let's get out these Pizza Dungeon dice and roll some dice. All right, Gooseneck. Wait. Do I have to hit? Or do you have to save? Oh, no, I have to hit.
Abran, it's a good thing you have that necklace of protection against fireballs.
So this isn't like an actual fireball, but Gooseneck, does a 14 hit you?
No, I have a 17.
Okay, so it moves past you, striking the wall behind, and poof, you can see that, it doesn't...
There goes all the fresh food.
Hold on. It doesn't seem to ignite the wall.
That could be a 3-week journey.
Some hot sort of embers falling off of it, but nothing that seemed to ignite. Abran, his other hand flings at you. Oops, that's a croc. I'm sorry. Let me move this. Does a 23 hit you, Abran?
Of course it does.
Okay.
Now, I would like, as a reaction, to cast Absorb Elements.
Oh, you can do that. You see this fire coming at you in almost slow motion.
Oh, that's handy.
It sure is.
Right.
So you'll take half of this fire damage, which hits you squarely in the chest. Whoops, I dropped a die.
Wouldn't that be squarely in the abs?
It would
The
be.
abs go all the way up.
It's pretty much.
Snake eyes, and okay, so there's a lot of ones in this roll. 4 points of fire damage. You only take 2.
Oh my. Okay, cool.
It's all the
And there's one on every dice.
It's 1 on 3/4 of the dice.
Wow. That's not good.
He deflected it.
Yep.
Well, you better get
Evil
it because the
frog
next
fire.
roll's got to be better than that.
Yeah.
And then you hear a little, and right behind you,
A Wookiee.
that was not supposed to be a Wookiee.
Sorry. That's
It's
what it
okay.
sounded like from here, but there's a snowplow going outside.
Right behind you, Abran, this
Oh, crap.
deckhand. You don't know this deckhand, but
It's not Martine, is it?
It is not Martine. So I did reuse some mini. I'm sorry. This deckhand looks a lot like Martine, but it's not.
It's the one that looks like Martine, but is never Martine.
Yes, that is correct.
The other guy.
It's Poutine.
It's
Yeah,
Poutine?
Poutine.
Poutine.
I don't know how I feel about that.
All those
Okay.
Dennis Mize figs.
We'll work it.
Never feel bad about poutine.
No,
Is
might
this-
feel a little greasy.
let's see. Yeah, all right. From behind you, I believe that your resist elements is not to one thing, it's until the end of your turn. Is that right, Abram?
Yeah.
Okay. So you
Yeah.
got lucky because you got hit again and, well, maybe again. Does a 17 hit you as well?
Yes.
Two
Now,
more.
if I would have got that extra armor, I would have been.
Oh.
No, it would have been a 17. So a
Okay.
17.
Not
if
too
there was
late
a
to turn
17,
the
a
ship
17
around.
hits.
Yeah,
17 if I had a 17, okay,
would
so
still
no, it
hit.
wouldn't have worked. So 2
Um,
more hit points.
So
2 more
no,
points?
2 more fireballs directed at
Oh.
you from behind you.
Ooh.
One of them is 14, so you take 7 points of damage, fire.
Okay.
And the other one is 10, so you take 5 points of fire damage.
So 12
So
points.
poutine looks like a human, but is shooting green fireballs.
Yes.
Spicy
Yeah,
poutine.
we may wind up in those little boats after all.
Corn cob.
This is the whole crew. We're screwed. I am going to yell at the nearest deckhand and say,
Okay.
"Get the block and
Your
tackle.
fault.
We need to pull up these grates."
Okay. No problem. Make
There's
a.
got to be a way to pull them up, right?
You're
Because that's how
brand
you
new.
load
There is
the.
absolutely a way to pull them up. Make a persuasion check. It would, not quite the normal chain of command, but
Yeah, would the
21.
deckhand listen, or would he just
21.
kind of look at him like,
no,
Who are you?
21. He just steps in there with authority, says it. The deckhand's like, "Oh yeah, of course. I see flames down there. Let's get this up," and starts
Yep.
moving things.
All
into
right,
place.
crank her up. If they
Okay.
need help cranking, I'll crank. But
It
that's the whole
is-
idea I want to do this turn is crank that thing up so we can get down in.
Okay. This will not be completed until the end of the next turn. But
Do I have anything left in terms
yeah,
of
I mean,
action or movement?
you can move and any bonus actions you might have.
Okay. I don't really have, well, hang on a second. I guess I'll get my shillelagh out and cast shillelagh.
Okay. So give orders and cast shillelagh. All right. Abran.
And then just position myself to get down in that hole or.
Abran and Fathom are kind of interchangeable. Abran this time, I guess I'm
Okay.
putting first for some reason.
So
Both
since
roll
this
12.
one guy's come up on me and he looks to be like right in my grill, like
Mhm.
he's I'm gonna drop my bow, spin, and attack him with my sword.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to unleash my absorbed elements damage when I hit him with my sword, hopefully.
Ooh.
So I got a 24 to hit, which normal damage is, I need a d10. A 13 points of damage, and then I'm going to do I did the absorb elements at level 2. So that is 2d6. But I got hit with 3 fireballs. Does that change that at all?
I mean,
Can I
I don't-
add any d6?
I think it's just your
or does it matter?
total. Isn't it your total damage that you absorb, not how many?
Yeah.
It says the damage is okay. So spell captures also. It says a spell slot. It increases by 1d6 for each slot above first. So it sounds like I absorb whatever I absorb. Do I just unleash that back at them? I thought it was just rolling 2d6.
I'm going to look that up real quick because that seems like this could be an important point. This won't take but a moment.
Okay, the spell captures some of your incoming energy, lessens the effect for your next turn. You have resistance to the triggering damage until the start of your next turn. Also, the first time you hit with a melee attack on the turn, the target takes an extra 1d6 of damage of the triggering type, and then I'm going to cast it at
so
level
it's just
2. So
okay, so it's just
2 more,
2d6.
2d6.
Yep.
So that would be 12 more points of damage.
What?
Boxcars.
What? So what's your total?
Well, it was. Oh wow, you're asking me that. It was 12
She
plus
13.
Yeah, 12 plus 13, so 25.
Okay. Wow. Okay. This was on the one that hadn't been hit yet. Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to figure out what these crew and are gonna move on initiative wise. Whoops, it's a croc. Okay. Fathom.
I'd like to scan my brain, do an Arcana check, whatever, to figure out if there's. Do I know anything about something that would turn just regular people into these weird creatures?
Have you even got a good look at these weird creatures yet? Yeah, you did. No, you didn't. You got a good look at Gooseneck.
Oh,
and
All right,
kind of a
I will
shadowy
run
look at them.
downstairs and then look.
Okay.
can I do one other thing I forgot to do?
What is it, Abram?
Zephyr Strike is still on since Absorb Elements wasn't a concentration.
Okay.
It allows me to break off from him without creating an opportunity of attack.
Okay.
So I'd like to break away enough to gain distance to use my bow again.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yep.
And I'm able to pick up my bow, I'm assuming.
Yeah. All right. So you're able to do that. Okay.
Thank you.
You come down the stairs. You see the crewmen. However, you see that Abran has just attacked them as you come down. So
First day.
maybe unusual, maybe not. And then you see this giant green, hunkering, crouched over beast over another
Billy.
crewman. Make an Arcana check.
13.
This does look. So it's not a lot. It's very quick, the combat and the action. You do think though that this is some sort of magical aberration type creature. That's about all. You're searching quickly through your mind for the things it might be. You're not sure exactly, but you think it is magically created or it's unnatural for sure and owes its birthplace to magic gone awry or foul magic of some sort.
Did that check count as my action?
Nah.
Then I'd like to move away from the guy with the sword and stuff.
Okay.
Closer to Abran.
He did not seem to be focused on you. And does not swing or attack you as you go by. Hardly even sees you. It's like he's just got a bead on Abran.
Yeah.
All the abs are
What's his
shining
name?
in
No.
the
What was
green
his
guy's
name?
Billy. Oh, Poutine.
Oh,
The
yeah,
other guy's
Oh, it's Billy and
Poutine.
Poutine, yeah. Huh.
Billy and 15.
Okay. All right. Is that it, Fathom? Or is there more?
I think that's all my. I've had to move twice to get down the stairs
Okay.
and then move up. So
Okay. All right. So up on deck, you can see that the crewman that was shouted out runs over and flags somebody else, grabs a plate, and just I think probably Rami, and they start working on lifting these things up. It's not instantaneous, but they're going to clear out some space for you to go. They've got one of them just grabbed a pry bar real quick, and a bar that resembles a pry bar, and looks like they're pulling these grates up so that you will have a clear shot from above to below.
Yep.
Let's see. So that is their turn, and then Gooseneck, it's your turn.
So the body laying in front of the green monster there, is that another crewman that
That
is he dead? Can I
injured for sure. maybe
Injured?
dead. Yeah.
just this is not the one that
Not the one that came up
Corn
top.
Cobs. Okay. Just another one that got got in the way.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to well, first I want to go into a rage.
Ooh, okay.
And then I'm going to move in on this big green guy. Billy, I'm coming for you, Billy.
Okay,
And I'm
move
gonna
in.
whackety whack with me axe.
All right. You've moved up on Billy.
All right.
Good job.
So 19. Does that hit?
Absolutely, a firm
Nice.
bite into their
Okay.
skin.
For 12 points of damage.
All right.
And let's give him one more whack here. 21 for 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points of damage.
Okay. All right.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Good
They
job.
just
Good job.
solid bites in with your axe. Blood is unusually colored.
Is he looking
What color is
affected
it?
by these attacks?
Yes, he is looking quite affected. Pugil, it's your turn.
Is it, if I go down to the bottom of the stairs, or go down the stairs far enough to where I can see this guy to the right,
Mm-hmm.
is it possible to cast Wall of Thorns in a ship?
I don't think it uses other plant material that's nearby, like Entangle. I think it just generates a wall of thorns. So yeah, it would be possible.
Okay, then I want to cast Wall of Thorns
Don't hurt
on
the
that.
chickens.
Sorry, chickens. I just want to go down the stairs until I can get a line of sight on that guy, and then Wall of Thorns him.
Okay, halfway down, and then Wall of Thorns springs out from around him. I don't have a Wall of Thorns handy, but I do have like an Entangle representation, so we'll use that.
Cool.
Very good.
Ah. It's a floor of thorns.
In this case. All right.
26 points of damage.
Oh,
Whoa.
ouch. Holy cow.
She lit him up.
All right. All right.
Shoot your fireballs at my friends. Except the elf. You can shoot him at the elf.
Okay, Pugil.
Yeah, we're cuddling up together later.
Up top, K, you can see that they're working on getting the plates fully out of the way. Right now, though, you're still trying to shoot through small holes, but you can see this other crewman who is definitely in the fight and on the side of the big green creature.
But also in the middle of a wall of thorns.
Yes, also in the middle of the wall of thorns, but not. Yeah, but that's your easiest target. The other one is mostly shadows, a little bit of movement, be extremely difficult to hit.
All right. I'm going to shoot at Poutine then. Although I would prefer aiming for lower body.
Okay.
because I kind of want to be able to question this guy later.
Okay.
So, you know,
You,
right.
you better
There's
tell
not going to
Errant
be any
that.
poutine left.
Poutine's going to be a smear.
Just a little gravy stain on the deck.
yeah, I rolled a 1. That's no good.
Oh no, it just gets tangled up in the metal grating, and wood and metal
And the thorns. Yeah.
grating, and then and then there's thorns beyond. There was a lot of stuff in your way. All right. Okay. Gooseneck, this thing turns to you. No longer is he playing with fire. His mouth just opens up. His claws look like they're going to come at you.
Back.
You know, when you get close to something, it's time for their mouths to start attacking, apparently. A bite just sort of snaps down towards you. That is a 16 to hit.
17.
Okay. One claw.
Bounces off my scaly hide.
One claw, and then the other. One claw is a 26, and the other is a 11. So the 11 doesn't, but the 26 certainly does. And this slashes across you for 8 points of slashing damage.
Ooh.
Okay.
Now, make a perception check while you're down here, looking at this in this combat.
Me?
Yep, it's right there. It's looming over you.
Okay. Let's see. Perception. 15.
Actually, 15. Okay.
I can make a different one.
No. I was going to just ask what your passive was, but rolling is fine.
Passive is 14.
So you notice that you watch some of your axe wounds sort of sliced into them. You see them knit up a little bit, not fully,
Aww.
but it looks like some of that blood just sort of that odd colored blood just coagulates together and pulls up. And he starts chanting something, looking at Abran. And you see a little pea, almost a little sparkly orb of fire whiz by you, striking the deck right at Abran's feet. Abran, Pugh, Fathom, and Gooseneck. Dexterity saving throws as this ball of fire ignites around you. It actually comes up through the top of the grating, sort of belches out the top in front of Corncob and Kay as you're up there, kind of looking down. Two of the deckhands that are moving it sort of squinch back, but they're far enough away that they don't get into it. But the rest of you that I just mentioned, roll a dexterity saving throw.
Abran, with his +8, scores an 18 on his dexterities.
Okay, you will. Fathom, what was yours?
Pugh with a +4 rolls a 14 on his dexterity savings throw.
Okay. By the way, all you need is a 12 to save. Fathom, what was yours?
16, and I only have a +1, so take that, guys.
That's a save.
Wow!
Good thing there's no rivers.
Not me. I have advantage.
He has trouble.
Oh, yeah.
I have advantage on dexterity saving throws, and I have +1, and I got an 8.
Uh-oh. Okay, so you take the full amount of this fireball as it erupts.
Crap.
Everybody else takes half, unless you have something that prevents half.
I hide behind the lizard.
Can I see him?
See who? Pugh?
No, can I see the lizard man take this fire hit?
No, he's off to the side from where you are.
I assume I have to see him to dampen the elements, right?
Yes. That's 28 points of fire damage. Those that save take half. Those that didn't save take the 28. If you're a raging bear barbarian, you take half.
Smells like chicken.
But if you're not, you take all.
Were
Okay.
the chickens in the line of fire?
The chickens were unbelievably out of the line of fire. It seems like the radius was 20 feet and centered on Abran. They were just.
They say
barely
lizard
out of
tastes
fire.
like chicken too. Smells like chicken.
Boom. Now in this case, let's see. Let me roll a saving throw for what's in the ship down here, the wood and such. Okay, that saved, and that did not save.
It's time to go swimming.
So, part of the deck that Abran is standing on seems to have actually ignited a little bit in this, and seems to starting to be catching just small wisps of flame or gasping for life out of the deck area near the wall where Abran is standing. And also, now, let's see. If I move through the wall of thorns, you do the damage again. Is that right?
Believe so.
Pugh?
Yeah.
Bobby?
I'm sorry?
If I move through the wall of thorns, I take damage. I take your damage again, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Sorry, I was reading my spells.
Give it to me. Yeah.
You're moving through the wall of thorns?
Yeah, at least 10. Yeah, I'm moving through the wall and over here and launching fire at you, Pugh.
Where did the P of fireball thing came from?
If you
The green guy.
Okay.
For every foot of movement, it costs you 4 feet. So you're at a quarter speed, and you have to throw.
I have to what?
Make a dexterity savings throw, or you take full damage.
Okay. So I didn't get as far away
These
as
guys know they're on the boat too, right? I mean,
they do know they're on the boat, but they seem a little reckless. Looks like I take full damage, Pugh.
25 points.
Okay.
Frank, I got a question for you.
Yes.
So does Pugil's protection from evil protect me in any way from this big green guy?
That's a great question.
I'm just curious because is he? You don't have to tell me. I just if he's like.
So protection from evil will protect. Well, what I will be doing if it's undead, fiend,
aberration, celestial.
Yeah, undead, aberration. Wait. Yes, aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, and undead. They will always get disadvantage on their attacks. Now, Pugil identified it as, or someone identified it as an aberrational like thing, so they should be getting disadvantage against you on any of their attacks. Saving throws against something like a big fireball doesn't count.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yep, that is it. Okay. So they move back, and then Pugil. Let's see if there's 2 balls of flame hurling at you. One's a natural 20, is gonna hit. The other one is 18.
At me?
Yeah, at you on the stairs.
Oh yeah, I'm toast. I'm both hit. I got an armor class of 12, Frank. So everything hits.
I still can't see any of this fire hitting anybody, right?
So actually, now you can see because Pugil's on the stairs. You can see this on Pugil.
Is he within 30 feet of me?
Yep.
Then I'm going to dampen the elements.
Okay. Does that mean you takes half of this?
It grants resistance against that instance of the damage.
Okay. Well, the first instance happened to be a critical hit, so you're going to take half of this instead of the full amount, Pugil, which is good for you.
Holy moly!
Roasted gnome.
Barely roasted. You're still medium rare.
I rolled a 24, which means you take 12.
See, you're still pink on the inside.
And then the second one also hits you.
Ooh.
Can't do anything about
and
that.
that's 7 points more of fire damage.
What's the there?
Just whew, whew.
I didn't hear what you said on the first one.
24, you take half because Corncob absorbed half of it for you. So you take 12.
I dampened it. I don't get to do the absorb thing.
Oh, you dampened it, sorry.
So that's 19 total points?
Yes, it is. 19 total points.
All right, this punk's dead. He's irritating me. He's.
Uh-oh.
I'm about to get all Abran on his butt.
Let's see who goes first. Corncob, you actually...
Give me a fireball, Abran.
You actually get to act for... I mean, there's a lot of... Already, so as things begin to heat up down here, I just want you to know that they're starting to dry out a little bit. Just a little bit. You want to, maybe beware of that. But Corncob, it's your turn.
Okay, so we've got the grate off in front of me.
Yeah, they've just lifted. Well, actually, they're about to. You could hold your action. They're a little bit behind you in timing, Corncob. Just about to yank it off.
Can I just weasel in underneath it?
Yes, with a small negative penalty for cover if there is an attack roll.
I'm just trying to get through it and jumping down into below deck.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can since they kind of got it half lifted, you can just kind of help elbow it out of the way and push.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do for my move.
All right.
I just want to drop down, do the Spider-Man drop onto the ground, the Iron Man deal.
All right.
And then I'm going to, where do I land?
In the Wall of Thorns.
No, not in the Wall of Thorns. Here.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to turn around at Poutine.
Okay.
And I'm going to hit him with a level 3 guiding bolt.
Ooh, okay.
With a 22 to hit. 22 bullets, whatever.
That's a very solid
ranged
strike
attack
in the chest. Or
ranged attack.
Right in the face, the way they're hunched, really.
All right. 25 points.
Okay.
Kind of like he stubbed his toe.
In the face.
In the face.
In the face.
Okay. All right. 25 points. Yep. All right. Yeah,
these guys are tough.
He is. They are tough. Part of that might be.
Yeah, he's outlined for the next shot.
Yeah, he is glowing. He's lit up. He's like looking at his arms as it kind of glows a little bit.
And I'll go ahead and move my shillelagh down near him too.
Okay.
I can't attack with it this round, but I can move it.
It's you cast spiritual weapon in the form of your shillelagh, right?
Right, and I did that last turn, but I don't know if I can attack with it this turn.
You can attack with it this turn, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will try to whack him with my shillelagh that my father brought from Ireland.
And does he get the bonus
17?
with the glowing?
Yeah, actually,
I do.
You get advantage.
Okay. 19.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not the best. 15 points with my shillelagh. It's magical.
Not be the best, but it's certainly solid. He sort of sinks down and he starts looking, Pugil, at you. You're the only thing standing between him and the stair path exit at the moment. And he's looking at you like he's gonna try to go through you.
Come
However,
on.
before that happens, it's Abrand's turn.
I'm gonna go all rowdy Randy Piper on him.
All right, I think Roddy Piper and Corn Cob have that guy handled, and I'm gonna help out my buddy Gooseneck, who seems to be entangled in the big green guy.
Okay.
I'm gonna fire a couple more arrows at him.
All right.
First one is a 16 plus 12, 28 to hit. And since he's already injured, we'll use Colossus. So 6, 13, 17 points of damage on the first arrow.
Okay.
And then on the second arrow, my Zephyr Strike is still going. And before it ends, I'm allowed 1 extra D8 on a hit of damage.
Okay.
So nat 20.
Oh, so that does it? Is it so? If this is the one you're choosing to use your Zephyr Strike on, and it's a die roll, you get to double that die roll.
Okay, so I use basically 4 D8s.
Yeah.
Okay. So 6 plus 4, 10, 14. I got to roll one more. 17 points more damage.
Okay. Wow.
Am I going to get covered in monster goo?
That would be nice, but
just asking.
They're tougher than that. Still standing.
Oh.
And
it didn't even phase him? He didn't.
Oh no, it phased him. He's just from your passive insight, you can tell that hurt. He flinched away from it, but he almost seems like he's not like the barbarians that you've known and seen that pain doesn't affect them, but it's almost like he's thriving on the chaos of this battle, of this fight. So it hurt him, but it's like another element of enjoyment because it's absolutely chaotic that this attack came in like that, which is a little unnerving in a way, but Fathom, it's your turn.
Can you indicate where on the deck the fire is happening currently?
Yeah, so you see Abran, it's right near it's right here. In fact, maybe, not maybe, there's no maybe. Hold on a moment.
Would I have had a little bit of a movement after or before my 2 bow shots?
Yeah, you could have.
It's that big?
No,
it's big? I thought it was just kind of smoldering.
It's gonna be that big, so I'm just putting it there in advance.
Could I do a little tap on the ground with my extra little movement, trying to put it out with my feet? Would that help at all?
No, because you're really intent on working with the bow.
Okay, cool. I understand.
Yeah, all right, I'm going to step back a little so that I'm kind of in line with it. Because happily I've remembered that we have a decanter of endless water, which I'm unstopping, and using the geyser command, which produces 30 gallons of water that gush forth in a geyser 30 feet long and 1 foot wide. Then as a bonus action while holding it, I can aim the geyser at a creature I can see within 30 feet, which I would like to be the big green guy.
So it's just sort of water
fire hose him,
flaring out from you.
So he has to succeed on a DC 13 strength, which he's probably good at, or take 1d4 bludgeoning damage and fall prone.
Let's see. Luckily, he's very wide compared to Gooseneck, so you're just right by Gooseneck's
is that going to hit me
side.
too?
No, if it was another medium creature, it would have. But he's large, so he just slips. She slips it right by you, pummeling him. His strength is a 24. 23.
He's fine now.
23. Okay.
But he is getting shot with water right now. Still.
Yes. And the fire goes out. You extinguish it.
Good job.
Very nice
I like-
use of that.
I like Gene with the sound effects.
That will continue until the start of my next turn.
Okay. Gooseneck.
All right. Let's see if we can end this guy. So
Ugh.
now that he's all wet, I'm going to zap him with my storm aura.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
So he needs a Dex DC 15 to save
Uh,
for some lightning damage.
11.
Okay, so he doesn't save, so he takes the full damage, which is 4 points.
Okay, you watch it sort of crackle around along his skin. You can tell that it's frying it a little bit, but you've seen
Ooh.
this before. He's also a little bit used to it, resistant to this sort of damage.
okay.
But he takes some.
All right. Okay, and now let's get back to the whackety whack.
All right. I mean, you opened this by introducing yourself and saying you were hoping to get some whackety whack.
That's right.
Mhm.
Whackety whack. 13 plus
Whacking.
7, 20.
Solidly slashes across his large frame.
For 13 points of damage.
Okay.
And then we're going to come back around and... Ooh, nope. I'm saying 10. Guessing that's not going to hit.
No, you got it. Just as you're swinging around the other way, it clips the edge of that stream of water that Fathom has and pushes it a little bit wide.
Alas.
All right. So he just sort of hunkers down, and as he sort of just pushes down like he's gonna leap almost, you watch a little bit, again, not all of the damage you've done, but some of it start to knit back up with the blood sort of filling in. It starts to seep out, just like you would scab over, but as it scabs over, you can see it pulling the skin closed and healing it up.
This guy's healing himself.
And he...
It is useful information for us to have.
It is. He takes a bite at you, just lunges down towards you. That's a 13 to hit.
Nope.
And then a natural...
He's at disadvantage, right?
He is. A natural 20 on one claw. Wait, though, it's not a natural 20. Sorry. It is still a hit. I see that 20 came up. And then a miss with the other claw. So one that could have been a 20, that protection from good and evil turned into a normal hit as the claw comes around. 6 points of slashing damage as it comes down. And that's all he managed. Let's see, on the stairs. Pugil, this thing runs towards you. Well, God, you're actually technically blocking him with your wall of thorns, so that's not going to work. Ooh, you can almost watch this, and you see like these little raised spikes stiffen on his back, lift up.
I'm muted. What the heck is this thing?
Two balls of fire that emerge from his hand as large as balls, like little dodgeball sized balls, and get hurled across at you.
Now,
yes.
What was my action? I don't remember getting to go in between his two actions. Did I get skipped?
Not unless I marked it incorrectly. You go right after the crew. So it should be, no, you're right. I was the crew's turn. My bad. Thank you for calling it. We know what he's gonna do. So the crew yank the crate, or not the crate, but yank the plate off. Get it out of the way from up above deck. There's a clear line of sight for you, Kay, for anybody else that wanted to jump down there or throw water down there. Some of the other crew are kind of mostly trying to take care of the guy who came up and rolled off to the side. And then it's your turn, Pugil.
Bobby.
Yes.
It's your turn.
I'm sorry.
Kill him.
I didn't hear you. I had a lag.
Kill
I am going to throw a poison dart at the guy.
Okay. I'm going to slide this whole scene a little this way so it's all in there. There we go. Okay. At the one that's in human form back there.
Yeah, that guy in the back.
Okay.
There. It's the dart coated with the sewer poison.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Good job.
Make your attack
Somebody's
roll.
going to be eating some
Now we're going to have Timothy Leary cast some
rolled a
spells
9.
at us. That'll be great.
19 to hit.
Okay. Yep. That hits. That's go ahead and roll your dart damage.
Ooh, and he has to roll to see what affects, right?
Yeah.
6 points of
This will be
damage.
fun.
Maximum damage.
Ooh, very
4
nice.
plus 6.
Okay, so let's
Nice
see.
deep penetration and poison delivery.
This is what I'd like you to do now is roll a D100.
Oh.
Interesting.
12.
Out of a D100. Okay. So
a 1 and a 2.
Roll a D10 now.
4.
4. Okay. So all of a sudden, you watch his eyes sort of glaze over, like he's staring off into the distance, thinking of something. And he just stops. He sort of seizes up in his own world. You don't know what's going on in that mind, but it's frozen him completely solid. And he starts like maybe even trembling just a little bit. But solid on his feet, not moving, not making an action to move.
Fantastic. I turn and run up the stairs.
I see.
Oh
It's poop, dart, and run. Up the stairs you
Gave him
go.
the poop dart and ran up the stairs.
Very nice.
That's
now, if my calculations are correct, you've got what? One more use of that? 2 more uses?
Yeah, I have one more use.
One more use. Okay. All right.
Poop dart.
Well, he was now. No, not his turn yet. It's Kay's turn first. Kay, there's an open grate now from above.
Don't fool yourself, girl.
And you can see everybody.
We're just giving you poop dart.
I'm going to shoot at Poutine there.
Okay. Wait, let me confirm something. So the one you saw seize up, Poutine, or the other one?
Yeah.
Okay. 19. You have advantage because he's completely sort of seized, so you might want to roll advantage to see if it's a critical hit.
Yeah, it isn't.
Okay.
I rolled a 1.
You had us going there for a minute.
I thought, yeah. Okay.
And 6 points of damage.
Okay. Oddly enough, he seems more damaged than the other one. All right. He sort of just twitches a little bit at the start of where their action would be, and he sort of falls over possibly dead, but he was so out of it. It's hard to tell. He just, like, with that extra arrow in him, he just fell over, bam, hit the deck. You don't see his wounds knitting up. And the other guy gets really mad.
Someone needs to double tap the little guy. Yeah. Where'd the poop dart deliverer go?
Gooseneck bites at you. Wait, disadvantage is a 22.
That hits. Disadvantage is a 22?
Disadvantage. Claws at you.
Yikes.
Wow.
Claws at you with a 19. And claws at you with a... Sorry, that one rolls all over the place. It doesn't change anything. Another 19.
Wow.
All three hit.
Disadvantage. Okay. Okay. The bite does 13 points of piercing damage. One claw does 10, and the other claw does 9. Flashing for the claws. But I know you are raging, so you're taking half of that. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
still starting to hurt a little bit.
Yeah. He's looking for a way out, but he can't get up the stairs. He can't seem to get past you. You're in his way. He seems to be back on his heels and deciding to duke it out. It is Corncob's turn.
Is he still getting hit with the water, or is the water over?
Until the end. No, he's still getting hit with it.
Till the start of my turn.
Yeah.
And the water, did the water give him a disadvantage on hitting it all, or?
He already had disadvantage.
He's already at disadvantage.
Okay. Double disadvantage.
I am going to attempt to banish that big one.
Okay.
Ooh, wow.
I think I need a saving throw.
Yeah, on your charisma, 15.
10.
He can't be that pretty. So he pops out of existence for a minute.
He goes.
Okay. Is he native to this plane or another plane?
Well, you want to focus for a minute and find out?
Nope, I sure don't. So he's gone for a minute.
At least,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So as a follow-up, I'm going to scream to Pugh and all the deckhands, hard to starboard.
Okay.
Because when he reappears at the same place he left. The boat doesn't have to still be there.
That's excellent.
I see where you're going with this. All right.
So hopefully Pugh picks up what I'm putting down.
Pugh, you hear him hard to starboard. Do you want to make a persuasion check? Or do you want to go up there and grab the wheel and do it yourself?
Where's the captain in all this? I'm just curious.
Great question.
Mal.
Maybe that was the captain.
I got disconnected. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you missed something.
I'm yelling to move the boat to the starboard side sharply, using either steering or wind or something.
To what?
He banished
I popped
big
this
green
guy out for a minute. I banished him for at least a minute. He reappears exactly where he left. So if we move the boat, he'll go in a briny deep.
Gotcha.
So would you like to, either try to persuade somebody to move or grab the wheel yourself? Captain, as you look up, if you want to look, the captain is not necessarily currently on the wheel. She's near it. She's sort of
well, we got a minute of battle time. So
you got a time. So that's why I'm not doing rounds.
Bobby?
I don't think.
What? What?
So how
Is it my turn?
You know, Corncob is asking you to somehow get the boat turned hard to starboard.
Tell the captain to move the boat hard to starboard.
Who's on the helm?
The captain is actually on the helm at this moment.
Okay, I'll shout to the captain, hard to starboard, immediately. And you know what? I will use my
There we go.
my mantle of majesty
Oh,
and make that a command.
okay. What's the saving throw?
14.
Okay, she looks over at you, turns it. We're also under sail, so you turn, move. After the minute when you're watching, you think, if you come up above, anybody on top of deck thinks they see it. Actually,
sploosh.
I don't think you see anything.
Can I do something during this minute?
Absolutely, anything you want. Well, almost.
I want to cast Detect Magic and see if there's some object or something down here that could have caused this to happen.
You cast Detect Magic, you look around. There doesn't seem to be a source of magic for this down here.
I'm going to walk
Double
around
tap
because
that
they
dead
were,
guy.
Yeah, as you're looking.
they were eating dinner or
I wanna-
something when it.
I want to check on the chickens.
The chickens are startled. They're scared, but they feel safe, or they are safe rather.
Shh.
Look safe.
I'm gonna chicken calm him.
What about that
Shh.
poor guy? Check on the poor guy.
He's dead.
Also, make sure the other guy's dead. Please cut his head off or
Yeah.
whatever.
Are we
Double tap
are we
that
out of
guy.
turns?
We got a
Because
turn.
I would like to shoot. Okay, I'd like to shoot that guy on the ground. Just
Don't
Okay,
do
when
that.
you
elaborate
shoot
fashion.
him,
Double tap
he
him.
sort of, you can tell when he's dead because he turns into the exact thing that you were fighting when his last breath sort of escapes him. And it turns into that.
So
Also,
has time
sorry.
enough passed that I'm reasonably certain that thing isn't going to pop in on our deck anymore?
yes, you're very certain it's not going
Okay.
to pop in, and you're certain also that it didn't come back, which implies to you that it's not from this plane.
That it stayed somewhere else. But I didn't know, so I wanted to move our point.
Ah,
And that, as everybody sort of kind of brings it back in order, calms it around, the deckhands are moving about now, sort of more calm fashion. They've been given orders. Some of them, if you were paying attention, sounded a little bit like busy work orders that the captain issued, but I don't know. Everybody's moving around doing their job.
Yeah, it's possible the captain's a stupid thing.
And
Well, it's probably to keep them calm.
it is now. Yeah. Do you want to examine this? This one body is left here.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is-
yeah. We got to
definitely.
figure out why this happened. It's because it
Yeah, I am trying to figure out why.
could happen to all the crewmen and us.
Was it
And-
the same guy, but it was in two different places, or like what happened? Was
No,
one time?
it was definitely two different people. It's
But
creatures.
why did it? Why did a guy turn into a creature, and a creature turned into a guy? I'm very confused.
Would you like
Because
to
it was the
examine it?
creature that turned into a guy.
Would I like
Yes,
to do
let's
what?
examine it and
Let me
let's
check.
get the captain
Yes.
down here and say, what the heck?
The creature was its natural form. It was taking the form of a person. So they both were.
So they snuck on board and waited until we're 3 weeks out to just lose their minds.
I mean, you
Well,
were just
to try
4
to do whatever
hours
they're
out,
doing,
yeah.
but
Whatever
we
they were
don't
doing.
know. We don't know who else is going to do this
So
unless we start torturing people.
why I'm going to ask the captain, why would
I think
somebody
we
want
have
to
someone with
sabotage this
goggles
mission?
who can check it out.
She comes
Okay,
down.
you
yeah.
guys got to talk one at a time.
Yeah. She comes down. She looks at the situation, and you ask Gooseneck, why would somebody want to sabotage the mission? And she says there's no reason to sabotage a cartography mission, and she looks kind of up at you guys, you Gooseneck, and says, "Unless you're doing something else besides that."
When did these two
Well,
guys join the crew?
Yeah, there's got to be a record of who is on the crew. We can count noses and
Yeah,
figure
they've
out
been
who
on
is not there
for-
anymore.
So she goes, yeah, it's Bill and Bobby. Sorry, Bobby. It's
Well,
not.
Poutine.
Such normal sounding names for such big giant green fireball throwing shits.
Well, I mean, yeah, they are very normal sounding names. They sound like names you'd pick if you wanted to be just a
You were
normal
making
person.
up some names.
And did you
So
say
how many
long
other
they've been
new
members
people
of the
did you
crew?
take on besides us?
All right, you asked that question, Corncob, and what did you ask, Bobby?
How long had these guys been? I'm having connection problems. I'm missing a lot of this.
Okay.
How
Bobby
long had they been members
to
of the
ask
crew?
how long.
Yeah, how long have they been on the crew? So to answer both your questions, they have been on the crew for not too long. They've been on for about 2 months. 2 months.
And no suspicions up until they turned into big green man-eaters.
No suspicions at all. No.
Anyone else join at the same time?
No, both of these came on at the same port looking for some work. They were recommended by another captain, and they did admirable work.
What port
I
did
wouldn't
they
take
come in
that
on?
other captain's advice again. Just by way of.
I wouldn't either. But thank you for figuring this out.
How
And
badly
what
hurt
port
is
did they come in on?
Sorry.
how badly hurt is
the little guy laying on the floor?
he is dead.
Oh, well, that's badly hurt.
That's pretty badly hurt. And I know that we haven't totally resolved all the little details, but we're running late. I don't want to run over too much more than we already have, everyone.
That's fine.
So I'm going to call it at the end now. You made it past the... Well, let me... Hold on. Sorry, there's some loud seagulls still. There we go.
We haven't even gotten to eating the goblins' dinner yet.
You haven't got the goblins' dinner yet. But...
that was fun.
A little bit...
Now, may I ask one more question?
Of course.
The guy who came upstairs with his intestines out, is he alive?
Corncob saved him. Yep.
I healed him.
So we'll be able to interrogate that guy as to what he saw.
Yes, and we will pick it up with that mystery next time.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. That was a little ship introduction with a little bit of action and hook, I guess you might say.
I remember that banish and move the ship trick. That worked out pretty well.
It did. That's sneaky. That's sneaky player tricks right there.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So we are going to say our goodbyes to everyone. And I'm going to give a little bit of thank yous after I give everybody first a chance to say what they want to say. And at the end of our game this evening, I'll start with Bobby. Oh, wait, Jason, you're raising your hand before.
Nope, I was just waving.
Okay, just making sure. All right. Sorry. Bobby.
Thank you, Frank and Ann and Justin and everybody who's responsible for all this fun. That was great fun, as usual. After our break, I'm glad to be back in action and no casualties. That was good. Dropped 2 creeps, nobody down.
All true. Gene.
Well, except for that guy on the floor.
Yeah, but he was wearing a red shirt. It's all good.
Collateral damage.
I'd also like to thank everybody, Frank and Ann and Justin and everybody watching. And I had a great time as always. Got to whackety whack with my axe, so I'm happy. I got to save the chickens. I'm also happy. Looking forward to next adventure. Can't wait.
Thank you. Jason.
All right. Thanks, Frank, and Justin, and all the people that painted these miniatures, including Ed. Thanks to Reaper Miniatures for offering us a space. And all I got to push today is tune in Tuesday when I'm going to attempt to teach Michael Proctor how to sculpt. I'm not sure how it's going to work.
Yeah, that'll be exciting. Michael.
Yeah, the unofficial title of next Tuesday's show is "Teach a Moron to Sculpt." So it's an uphill battle there. But so thanks so much. A lot of fun. Thanks for all of those that tune in and watch. I hope you have a good time with it because we have a blast. Thanks to Anne and Frank and I guess Justin. I just didn't really see a lot of engagement from Justin this time. So we'll still say thanks. And all the folks that painted. Ed painted the ship, and then everybody that painted all the other baddies and NPCs. It's always a lot of fun. And yeah, tune in on Tuesday and let's see how the whole sculpting thing goes.
Excited.
Michael, just remember, don't eat the green stuff.
No.
Rhonda.
I just want to thank everyone who helps make this possible, including my fun friends and all of you who come and watch. And there were some great comments tonight in the chat. I enjoyed reading that a lot. And hopefully I'll be doing Beyond the Kit on Monday, but there was a miscommunication with our furnace vent cleaning. So if I can't work around them, I might have to cancel last minute. But I'm going to try.
Well, if you have to cancel, come on our show the next day and help heckle Michael.
Oh, I'll heckle.
That's a plan. Jen.
Thanks, everybody. Had a great time as usual, and good night.
Yes, thank you, Justin. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Reaper Miniatures, for allowing this. Thank you, Sirenscape, for the background ambient music. Thank you, everybody out there, for your patience. We went a little bit long. I hope, I hope it was good enough story-wise that you were committed in it for that. So, Justin, I'm going to hand this over to you to close out for the end of the evening.
Awesome, thank you, Frank. I also want to say a quick thank you to everybody for the first show of 2022. Awesome as always. I'm glad we got to see the ship. We finally got to get onto it and have fun. But thanks again to the artists, and thanks again to everyone who watches it. Thank you, of course, and Frank with Nightheart. Thank you, Sirenscape. Just in case I was messing with Frank. But you guys have a great rest of your weekend, and we will see you guys in 2 more weeks. And yes, you should stick around for the show on Tuesday because that's going to be fun. It's going to be a technical.
There'll be a technical. We'll have to do a technical thing beforehand somehow.
Yeah, we will. So tune in if not for anything other than just the hijinks. So.
Train wreck.
There won't be any actual knowledge conveyed. There never is.
No, train wreck.
You know, I'm super sorry. I hand it over to you, Justin. May I say, if you want to watch a stag party themed game that we're having for one of our Maximum Maidens that are getting married, we're having it tomorrow. So same time this game started, 6 o'clock, and I'll be DMing a weird stag party D&D game.
Oh, that's why he shaved the beard off. Okay.
Yeah, there we
go. Fantastic.
Finally, it comes out 4 hours later.
Frank's never mentioned his time at Chippendales.
That's true. That is true. He has never talked about it. Right. All right. Thank you, folks. Have a great weekend. And
thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Happy New Year.
Makes me laugh. Later, everybody, let's go. See